Maybe we're not gonna. Hey, hello. Smash that like button. You're right. Hey guys, I'm just. I don't know if I think Shabby might be having issues. Possibly, it says his mic on my end anyway. Mic/cam. So hello. Up to 16 right at the beginning, eh? Wow. So no problem. We'll do that. Right here. Invite guest. Copy. Going slow. All right. 2. Sorry guys, this is just ridiculous. There we go. That should be good. Okay. As we're working through this, because this wouldn't be a professional stream if we didn't have issues, but that's okay. So hopefully this link will work and we'll be off. So how's everybody's Sunday going? I'm just keeping an eye at the bottom of the screen. So Darth Rock, David C, Adam, Mr. B. Oh. Maybe. Let's see what happens. We got a spinning disc. There he is.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good.
Yeah, I got it through Instagram, and like my mic wouldn't work, my camera wouldn't work. You know what I mean?
No, it's okay. You've been streaming up a storm today, so
yeah. How are you? It's nice to see you.
Yeah, excellent. All right, guys. Well, there we go. We have Shabby with us tonight, so that's awesome. So I've been looking forward. This week has been a real slow weekend. Things are starting to open up a little bit around here. Nothing crazy yet, but then my daughter and my wife had to get a COVID test done today. So it looks like it's a day off of work tomorrow. So what are you going to do? What are you going to do? So
I tell you.
All right, David. Yeah, you just left these guys. Yeah, I watched back. We were playing cards, so I had you guys kind of in the background a little bit. So dark background. Oh, this background. Yeah. That's right. You don't see this too often because I don't. Well, except for Sundays, I guess. So, but 25. Excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent. Oh, all right. Let's see. I don't know. Hopefully, you're not all talked out tonight. So, let's get into. I want to ask you about your furniture. How did that come to? Has that always been your business?
No.
Or
I was in the suit business, tailor, for 20 years.
Oh, interesting.
And it was our Jen. When we came back to it, I was in America doing it, then I went back home doing it. And our Jen was at home when the kids were babies, and she started to put art on furniture, all the hand-painted art, and it took off really well. And then someone asked me for a pop culture, I think it was a Star Wars piece, and we've been doing the furniture now 13 years. It's fantastic. We love doing it. Yeah, a long time. So when we came back to America, we came back here 7 years ago. We had to start all over again because obviously we had the place in England and we built up a reputation, so we had to start from scratch. But went brilliantly. Yeah, it does really, really well. I enjoy doing it.
Yeah, no, it looks really good. I keep going back and checking out checking out some of your older pieces. My daughter has seen a few of them. She's like, oh, and I'm like, I'm sorry, honey, it's a little bit of a distance and we can't get over the border right now. So, well, we went to Myrtle Beach last year. I'm like, I know we did, and we drove through North Carolina, but we didn't exactly leave room for furniture. But yeah,
it's a great thing. Yeah, I mean, we ended up in because Jen's sister lives here, and Jen got really homesick. I mean, she was missing her sister, she was missing her family. So I said, all right, we'll come here, because the last time I was in America, we were in Virginia. So we ended up in North Carolina, but I like it. It's not a bad place. It's friendly people. Yeah.
Yeah, it is really nice. We used to, as a family, before my wife and myself and the kids and whatever, I used to go down I want to say May. I think May when I was younger, as the weather was better. March break was always hit or miss. You didn't want to go into the ocean or, whatever, but we used to go pretty regularly, and it was really my mom's side of the family. It would be every spring. We'd either go for 1 week, maybe 2. We'd always drive down and drive back, and it was great. And then it was years and years. Brought my son when he was 3, and it's been probably 10 years now since we've been back. And we were only there for 2.5 days last March, because then that's when everybody was losing their brains and going, we better steal all the toilet paper and hand sanitizer we can get our hands on. And we were like, well, we're going home, so forget that noise. So yeah.
Hey, well, the next time you come in now, you can come and see me, so that's all right.
Oh, hey, well, you're down there. Cato from Cato's Collection, he's down. He's right. He's down. He's Myrtle Beach area, so there's definitely a few you guys for sure. So
yeah, it's funny that, yeah.
No, and then now you're moving again.
Yeah, we're moving in March. We don't know what. I mean, there's nothing tying us here now. Now the kids are all older. There's nothing. It's not my town, if you will. It's not as if I have to stay for family. So I don't know. I don't know where we're gonna go. I like moving though. I've been doing it. Every 5-6 years, being Jen trying to get itchy feet, if you will, want to move somewhere else. So we'll see. We'll see what happens in June.
Yeah. No, I can appreciate the itchy feet. I'm that way with work. Yeah. So I was a chef and a baker for about 30 years, but I would only stay about every 5 years. I'd just start getting the itch, and I'm like, you know what? Time to move on, I think, and then pack my bags up and move on and try something else or whatever. And that's where I'm kind of sitting right now. Is I'm into my 5th. Just about finished up my 5 years at my present job, and I'm like, oh man, I got that itch again. But my wife's like, you're not going anywhere this time. This is the solid job. You're an adult job now, and you know there's a pension at the end of the day, and you've got work benefits and stuff like that. So it was like, all right, okay, I guess I can I'll be an adult now. So
but I know exactly what you mean. I did it through the suit game. I mean, I loved my job and I was very, very good at it, but it just after a while, if you've done it for so long, you just want to do something else. And I thought, if I'm not going to work for myself now, I'm never going to do it. So, and it's took off. We've done brilliantly at it, so I couldn't be happier.
Yeah, no, that's true. That's true. I thought once or twice I thought about doing my own thing, but then it was just, especially food industry, it's just like, how many restaurants start up and you have to have such that little gimmick to keep the people there. And if it's not there, and I mean, just seeing now, I mean, I live in a fairly, not a super, super small, it's definitely getting really big, but it's, we're just 40 minutes outside of Toronto. So we got that big metropolis going on, but it's, I don't know. It's, you want to support the small town, but at the same time, the big boys are there all the time. So there was a spot that I had picked out in the town we're in. But I'm like, I could probably make a go of it the first year. You need at least 5 to turn a profit in a restaurant. So I'm like, why bother? I might as well just buy lottery tickets and just start ripping them up before I even check out the number draw. So but awesome. So toy wise, I noticed with some of your, I can see some Masters of the Universe right over there behind you. So what would I'm going to say, give me your top 3 properties for your collecting.
Black Series, 100%. And it's so funny that, Papa, because when Black Series first came out, I thought no chance. I've always been a 3 3/4 inch collector ever since I was a kid. I've never really stopped collecting all the way through. And then they introduced the orange and black 3 3/4 inch Black Series. So I thought, oh, they're cool. And I heard these rumors and I started going on about 6 inch. And I thought, no way, I'm never going to get into them because that's not what Star Wars is to me. Star Wars should be 3. But then I saw them and I bought 1 and I bought 2. And that turned into that right there.
Yep.
And I absolutely love him. So my focus has always been Star Wars books. I've always collected the books and I've always collected the Black Series. The Black Series over the past year has been very hard to sort out, very hard to get hold of. And I could feel myself getting more frustrated, like I can't find these, or if I'm finding them, people are spending too much money on them. They want too much money for them. So I decided to go to the He-Man and I absolutely love it. It's one of the best toy lines, Papa, that's come out in years. The nostalgia there's but I'm a toy collector. I like toys. I'm not a. That's why I don't collect hot toys or sideshows I like them that they can be played with. So my kids will play with them, and it's just one of the best toy lines. And I've also my third one are these bad boys.
Oh, you're making me so jealous on those, I tell you.
Honestly, I always had Transformers as a kid. I remember Grapple and I remember Megatron, but I never really was a collector. But I loved the '86 movie. So when I saw the '86 line come out, I thought, I've got to. And I tell you what, Papa, you got to get hold of them. They are unbelievable. I still can't transform him, but
I don't normally myself. I might try once, and then I'll put him back into robot, and then it. I might maybe move his arm and make him. I don't know, but that's about it. But the only one I have is Cyclonus. I found Cyclonus.
Oh, nice.
And was like, okay, this is all right. Maybe we'll see a lot of my Walmarts don't get a lot of the Studio Series stuff in, so I'm like. Amazon's got them, but the third-party guys are already putting the prices up already now. So it's again, we'll see. Because I keep telling myself it's Star Wars and GI Joe. Ugh. So Star Wars and GI Joe, I'm not gonna do any more than that because if I keep expanding, then I'm gonna just get into trouble. So so I've been packing some stuff up and putting some stuff away and selling some pieces off. But like Marvel Legends, I'm down to 10, I think.
Top. Right.
So they're in one little area, but then primarily it's all the Star Wars stuff, one shelf with G.I. Joe, and I'm still kind of up to date. Just Zartan and the one Cobra Trooper is the only one I need right now. But I know, again, everybody has such a hard time getting a hold of those stupid Target exclusives that
and we're talking about a year-old thing, though. This is the part that frustrates me. We're talking about figures that weren't 20 years ago that you can't find now. We're talking about figures that should be out in the shop, ready to buy. And that's one of the reasons, again, why I went on to the He-Man. It's because my first love will always be these Black Series. But when you sat there and you're looking online or you go into the shops and you just see the prices or they haven't got them, you just, instead of getting frustrated, I just decided to give my money to somebody else, which, that's the way it should be.
Yeah.
Hey.
Oh, absolutely. It's gotten. If it wouldn't have been for a lot of the guys that are in the chat right now, and hello everybody again. So you guys know how this works. If I've got somebody on, I'm lucky if I see half of the comments, but I'll try to tag a few here and there. But I should have brought tea. That would have been good. It's cold down here today, so But yeah, it's. A lot of guys in here helped again. Like, I had a couple of comments when people were like, what, you're breaking up your collection to help. And I'm like, of course, how many times I've sold a piece of my collection off, or
you did it for me.
And that was it. So I'm like, you know what? And it's already been paid forward because I had somebody else reach out and was like, you did that. So when the Archive Wave 2 comes out, I'm like, okay, sure. So Paul from Paul's Collectibles. So Paul's gonna,
Paul sent me that.
Exactly. Yeah. So Paul's
awesome.
Yeah, and you say every Pally Boy stream of just about the community and which is completely right. Besides helping you find pieces, because holy Jesus, you guys on Twitter is insane. My phone almost wants to take a day off because it beeps so much with you guys.
I know.
But it's like, hey, look at this. Here's 20 pictures of what I saw at Target. Anybody need any of this stuff? And and that's the way I kind of, again, I don't find a lot of stuff anymore up here, but if I do, my brain's always like, this is how I can justify it. I need that because somebody else might need that. And I would rather see them just pay retail instead of like the Cara Dune crap that's going on right now, $200 for a Black Series figure or whatever, right? So, but yeah, it's it does get. I mean, these guys, this community has definitely pulled me out of a lot of down days, and regardless of if it's been a personal thing going on or just frustrated with the collecting, or burn out from the channel once in a while or whatever. And the live streams especially, it's an easy go-to. It's a good way to vent. It's a great way to get caught up with everybody, find out what's going on, and the support is.
That's what it's all about to me. I mean, I started YouTube about 7 months ago. I used to see, I've always watched people's videos. Mike Case, I've always watched, Usual Mike, all the stars. And I work from home, so I'd have it on YouTube and I'd listen to all the boys. And then the Pally Boys came on, and I thought, well, I'm interested in them because the British lads like me. I do miss home sometimes, so I'll watch the boys. So then Mark asked me to go on the Pally Boys, and I went on and I enjoyed it. And as I'm getting to learn more and more, they were saying, oh, well, why don't you start your own, Shabby? And I thought, well, I've collected all my life and never shared it with anybody. Mm-hmm. The job I had, the lads were all high-end. They're not interested in toys. They're not interested in Star Wars. So I got into this community. And then when I came on Twitter, but that's the biggest thing for me, Papa. It's, your views are nice, your subs are nice, but it's the people you meet in this community. It is overwhelming. I mean, for someone to do it for only 7 months, and as you know yourself, for people to take time out of their day to watch you, to like you, and to, like you with that Tusken Raider, you knew I needed it, and you sent it to me. And to me, it's stuff like that's my biggest thing I get from all this, is the community we're in, and the friends I've met. It's amazing.
Yeah. It's nice to know that let's be optimistic, and we'll say when borders open and when travel becomes normal-ish again, it's nice to know that you've always got a place to stay in places that you may not have ever thought you'd ever
unbelievable
go to. So I mean, I've got standing invitations out in California. I've never been. I lived out in British Columbia for a couple of years, so I was just a hop, skip, and a jump down, but I was always very work focused for quite a while. It took finally having kids to I wouldn't say not to be embarrassed about toy collecting, because it was always something that I never actively did. For years, that part just got kind of turned off. It was like more about going to concerts and music and stuff like that. And if I saw the odd little thing here and there, like Star Wars, up until like this collection's only literally 3 years old.
I remember you saying, that's amazing, right? For 3 years.
Yeah, and it's changed a little bit, but primarily it was Batman the Animated Series that pulled me back into the collecting, which ultimately led me back down the rabbit hole, which brought out relit my love for Star Wars. And then and this, because I wouldn't normally go walking down, still go into Toys R Us when my son might have been like 1, and you're looking for stuff that he can't swallow, and nothing's fun at that age, right? So you're like, one day we'll get to go to the big boy toys, here we'll go and get some squishy ducks or something or whatever. But
I've always loved them. It's like, to me, we always talk, and I think when you get to our age, I mean, I'm in my 40s, and a lot of people sit on the nostalgia. It's nostalgia why I do this. But to me, nostalgia is a bonus. I do it because I love toys. I'm not embarrassed to say it. I've always liked them. I love to me, a toy as well is like music. When you find something that's in your collection, the memories, who got it for you, where you were, do you know what I mean? And, the film that came out when that toy came out and so on. So I've always loved being a toy collector. But, I feel sometimes people do that. They'll go, oh, I got this because it reminds me of a child, and that's great. I mean, I love that, but these are newish figures that I collect, and so I collect it because I love it. It's simple as that.
Yeah. I just honestly, I don't know. I still wish. And again, right? Distribution's probably the biggest pain, besides the other collectors out there who like to collect for a profit. It's the only thing that's kind of killing my love for it right now. Like, part of me is itching because there's nothing new, but at the same time, I'm kind of like, even if there was something new, if I didn't pre-order it, do I really have it in me to go to the limited places that I can go right now due to COVID restrictions? Or do I just, again, throw it there, go, all right, I'll just wait for an email to come out and say, oh yeah, so wave 39 of 42 is coming out. So yeah, it's shipping and it's just like, man, I really like.
The fun in that there's no. It's like pre-orders. It's like nowadays. I think this is just my opinion that people are scared to death not to pre-order because you're never going to get it. So automatically up here, you think, well, if I don't, I've just pre-ordered that Bo-Katan, for example, and if I don't pre-order that right now, right there, I'm going to miss it. I'm going to have to pay twice as much for it. I'm never going to see it in the shops, and it takes the fun out of it in a way. Do you know what I mean? But I'll give you an example. We went to Walmart today, and I went down the aisle, no G.I. Joe, no Transformers, no Black Series. So then I went down the other aisle, which is packed. All the Barbies are there, all the Lego is there, all the Hot Wheels is there, all the kids' toys are there. And I'm talking right up to the edge of the shelves, crammed full. So I understand this COVID situation, but, you know, there's not one rule for one toy and one for another. Do you see what I mean? So there's something going on. I just can't put my finger on why it's so bad. The distribution, it's terrible.
No, it's yeah. I mean, I've talked to a few people before, and they haven't, you know, like catching people, and you can tell if they're the reps that are coming in and kind of going, okay, I got 4 pegs across by 5 pegs down to, you know, whatever. But yeah, again, all you see are the little brackets just sitting there. Like I had to go in and pick up prescriptions. Yes, I think yesterday. So I was in and out in 5 minutes. So I was like, prescriptions. Around the corner, toys, whoosh, to the checkout, out the door. So, and again, it was the same thing. I went down tons of the, which, I can't believe I'm doing this, but so he came out yesterday, the death metal or whatever, Batman, the one that goes on that hell bat cycle.
Yeah.
So I told myself I'm not falling down McFarland. I had a couple pieces. I sold them off because I'm like, I need that real estate for Star Wars. But I knew if I saw him physically with my eyeballs and had the package in my hand that he was going to come home with me. And if that bat cycle was there, that would have come home as well. But that was all there was McFarland, the junior Transformer stuff, like, I don't know, Bumblebee animated things or whatever.
Yeah. That's it. Mm-hmm.
No Marvel Legends, no Star Wars, not even any of the vintage stuff, squat. And then it had a little bit of wrestling, 4 Battle Cats, and a couple of the 7-inch Fortnite figures. That was it.
That's it. But they have no problem doing Fan First Friday every Friday. And they have no problem sitting there for an hour and a half telling you all the greatest thing that's coming out and this and that. And they'll give you all the spiel and they'll give you all the love for these toys. And then within an hour after that Fan First Friday, they either sold out or... I mean, how can a pre-order sell out? That's the part that baffles me the most. You know, you're not looking at these figures coming out for 6 months yet. They're sold out after an hour. Yeah. And you're like, how does that work? You know?
Well, and Amazon US, when they say pre-orders are up, they're legit about it. Like, whether or not they actually fulfill all the pre-orders, that's another thing. But the Canadian Amazon, when that time rolls around, it's not. Like, I'll sit there, refresh, and it'll be hours, if not the next day, before they'll put the pre-orders up for stuff for us up in Canada. So I'll pre-order on the United States site and then go over and wait and see if I can get it, and then go, all right, timing wise, let's do the exchange rate and the shipping. Is it going to be and 9 times out of 10, it works out to about maybe $1 or $2 cheaper to go and just have it shipped from the US site. And I mean, at least, again, I'm an opener, so I don't have to worry about box condition, because I've had a few deliveries from the .com that's been .squash, and it's just like,
but that's the thing, though, Papa. Whether you're a box opener or not, if for something you've bought and you've waited for, that should come to you in top condition. Do you know what I mean? That's the way I look at it. A lot of people said that, you know, well, I'm not that bothered, I'm an opener, but you shouldn't really look at it that way. The thing about pre-orders as well is, I mean, it's getting to a point where you've got to pre-order from GameStop, Big Bad Toy Store, Amazon, all these exclusives. So you forget half the time where these pre-orders are coming from, when they're coming out. You know, I had to calm down with it. I've got 2 on pre-order left: the Return of the Jedi Boba Fett and Bo-Katan. Like I said, I cancelled the rest of them. It's just getting ridiculous.
Yeah, again, I know between my count between Mike's count and then somebody else went through, and I think it worked out that it was just over 100 Black Series releases last year, and I'm almost embarrassed to say I got every one, and I got multiples of some of them because they're, again, either something scanned up at a really good price, or it was stuff to put away for the giveaways, or it was me thinking ahead, oh, maybe somebody's not going to find something or whatever. And then when I sat there and recounted when I was doing my my review for 2020, and I'm like, holy crap, that was a lot. I can't have another year like that. That was, I know it's only the 5th year anniversary of Rogue One this year. It's not a 40th anniversary of probably the most popular Star Wars film of all time, Empire Strikes Back. So hopefully that means that I'd rather see this year. I wish it would be more quality instead of quantity with the Black Series stuff.
Well, I think it is going up there. I mean, I think the quality's back in a big way with him. It's just finding him. That's the only issue. It's funny. We always have this debate about children. Do kids still collect toys anymore? Well, I always think they will do if they can see him. I mean, it's easy for us lot to go online and find them, but as a kid, the favorite thing is going into these stores. It's like that Batman you've just bought. Now, you would never have probably thought about it online. It's only until you've actually seen it in the shop, picked it up and thought, I'm having that. Yeah. I just, I know it's never going to be like it was in the 80s when we were kids. I would just like more people to get involved. It's funny how the majority of toy channels you watch are lads our age, because we're the only ones that are buying it. We're the only ones that, are pre-ordering it in the community. But I think the reason is young people can't find them, or they're just getting outpriced. Which, See, you bring up the price. I would say that would be my second thing. I understand materials and costs and stuff. As a kid, we don't think about, so how come it's this much money? Because this has to go to advertising, and this has to go to whatever the royalties, and this has to go to, whatever else. It's just like, there's a package. I'm kid. I want said package so I can go like this, and I can go daydream for a couple hours and get out of my parents' face for a while. Not, look at that. It's got a small crease. I don't know if I send that off to get it graded, how much of a discount is going to be on that. And, again, that's that's the big argument between an inbox and an out-of-box collector. I mean, I try to do a little bit of both. I have some stuff that are on card that I'll never open, and that's just the way it's going to be. Because if I can find, like, the Heroes of Endor set, they came out with the Endor figures by themselves. Yeah, Poplu didn't get a release yet, but Hasbro will get them eventually. Hasbro will do it to us. So, but it's the pricing to go and think, a Star Wars figure was like $3.99 or $2.99 or whatever, and now we're going $30. Yes, kid, I love you, but do I $30 love you? And if you break that lightsaber, but at the same time, again, that's why when my son was younger and we went to toy shows, he always knew the boxes on the floor under the tables, that was just a mixed bag, and the guys were like, it's a buck or two, or sometimes, your kid's really cute. Just have them pick something out there, because they could appreciate that the kids just are like, it moves, it's got arms and a head. That's great. I want to play with that. I don't know if I don't know what it's from, but I don't really care. It's imagination time, so. Yeah, I mean, but that's the thing. I mean, there's a few of our in our community, they're all vintage collectors, and now when you're talking about a 6-month-old Black Series figure being the same price as something from 40 years ago, that's the part that gets to me, because I'm like, you can source out the 40-year-old. I mean, I have no issue with someone paying $200 on a 40-year-old, pristine on card, but for Cara Dune, because something's happened in the social media, regardless of what's happened, I'm like, the Mandalorian, Super Commando, up to $60-$70.
Yeah,
and I'm like, it's been out a couple of months. It's not, I don't know. There's one person when they're living the papa. Hey, Mike.
Yeah, I know. Like I had told everybody in the stream when like we were talking archive, and with Cody being re-released, and again, and saying that I can understand. Like I'm on both sides of the fence now. Now that I'm kind of a completion guy, I can see the benefit, and I can see how some people can be a little upset that the figures get a re-release, because if it wasn't for those figures, I would have had to spend a lot more money to get some of those ones to fill in Boba Fett, Bosk, IG-88, Darth Maul, Anakin, because I didn't have basically most of that first wave. And
but that's the one that baffles me the most, though, Papa, is the fact that these archive figures were re-released figures to give everyone the opportunity to get them. But look how much Anakin Skywalker is on the archive line. Yes. Look how much Thrawn is going to be. You know he is. Look how much the Boba Fett is. Yet these are meant to be figures that everyone can get re-released. Yep. They've skyrocketed. You can't win, can you? It's weird. No. It's so strange.
No, not at all. It's it's I don't know. Like it's a heartbreaking habit to have. It's a great thing to have. My work schedule, especially under normal circumstances, all three of my family members would be by 8:15 in the morning. All three of them would be out of the house, and here's me being home by myself till about 2:00, and then I head off to work. I start at 3. I'm not home till about midnight. So when I come home, everybody's asleep. So I literally see everybody for half an hour, and then the rest of the time is my time. And now that I've gone to this space, opposed to my old orange walls and my little orange shelf, I can go and sit in my lazy boy and just, it's quiet. Cat'll sit on my lap. I can have a cup of tea with me, whatever, and I can just sit and look, and then I can go back. Because again, I'm 47, so I can go back and think, oh man, the 7-year-old in me is just going, oh yeah, look at this. This is glorious right now.
I understand that, and that's the nicest thing about having your own room. It's a room to. It gives you a lot of inspiration, especially in the work we do in the furniture business, because I have my own room and a colour will snap up or a look will, and I'll think, oh, I can make something out of that. So it's nice to have you. My wife's perfect as well, because she gave me the front main part of the house to have, which is awesome. For her to do that, I don't think she'll do it in the next house, but this one, she has. So.
My wife's she's not a collector. Like, she's very practical. No. So she doesn't, I think maybe she's starting to kind of understand it a little bit. I think the YouTube thing and just the fact that, I mean, I can admit I'm 47. I don't really have a collection of physical friends, to go bounding around with the Comic-Con and stuff like I used to years ago. But, thank you so much, good sir. Thank you. I never mentioned the super chat. So, but,
hey, John.
But that's awesome. Thank you, my friend. But crap, I don't know where I was going. I got distracted. See, people's kindness just throws me for a loop. So it might come back to me at some point in time. But let's see what else we got up on here. I have missed so much of the chat. I'm glad all you guys are having a good conversation down the side. Yeah. So I know my grandfather, he was a furniture refinisher for years, and it's still probably one of my favorite smells is the I think it was probably the varnish remover. Like, I just get that, and it instantly just brings me back, going to my grandparents' place and then running down the back end of the driveway to his finishing shop, and just him going, you better put a thing on your face because you don't want the fumes to mess your brain up or whatever. And I just thought it was incredible. So,
I love it. I get to see my kids grow up, and that's the thing. When in my old job, I'd leave at 6:30 in the morning to be home at 8 o'clock at night. I worked in a major city, so I'm obviously commuted on trains and this and that. And I just thought, I'm not seeing anybody. I'm not getting what I should out of life here. My kids are all growing. I can't see them, so I wouldn't change it for anything. Yeah, but the varnish, I understand that. But I'm always covered in paint, hence the name Shabby. Do you know what I mean? So.
Oh, now I remember my wife. That's it. So but I mean, she knows that this helps because I'm very kind of OCD-ish. I've got some tendencies that way, and I'm very, I guess a lot of people would come off and say it's probably stubbornness, but it's just, I just like the way things are. Like it's.
You see my Black Series collection, I'm the same way. Do you see what I mean? So yeah.
So it's, but it's great. And again, so many people, I know a lot of these guys came from hearing about me on Mike's channel and coming over here, and actually instead of them just going, well, we'll do Mike a solid, we'll throw him a subscribe, maybe we'll check him out once in a while, but but everybody stayed, and it's been our little group. So it's, even if I'm having a crap day and I kind of think to myself, oh man, do I really feel like streaming right now? I don't really feel like streaming. But then the second I plunk my ass in my chair and then I flip my one light on, I'm like, all right, it's time to go. We got to get a stream in here.
Well, I'll tell you what it is about you. You talk with your chat. You don't talk to your chat. And that's why people stay. That's why I'm a big fan of yours. I've said this on my own channel. I'm a big fan of people that accept the community. We're not just doing this to get big. We're not just doing this to try and make money. We're not just doing it. We want to be with people the same as us. And you hit that off the head perfectly, my friend. You really do.
Yeah, it's I yeah, like I said, I don't know. Like my lovely son over there, he's he's 14 and a half. He could be 15 soon. So he's kind of branching away from being the dad sidekick, right? So it's kind of like, my 9-year-old daughter, she's, I've been grooming her pretty good, so she knows a lot of the Batman villains, and she's sat and watched most of the Marvel movies and Star Wars and stuff like that. So I'm thinking I might be able to get a couple years out of that one before she just disowns me as well, and it'll just be myself wearing my little deerstalker cap or whatever, and having a coffee.
My kids are the same age. I've got a 16-year-old that's obviously doing his own thing. My 14-year-old, she's one behind the camera helping Suki.
Yep.
But it's my 10-year-old that I'm keeping hold of. She's the one that does the videos and collects. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I love it. I mean, I never thought, like, this is my second go around to trying out marriage, and this has worked so well for me this time. So I didn't bring any kids with me along from the first time, but there was a big gap that I was just like, I don't know if I want any, kids or whatever and stuff. So I was at that point that I had a pretty decent, more of the Power of the Force figure collection, because I like most people was under the delusion that these are going to be worth money, just like the original figures were.
Yeah.
So I'm put them in my box and put them aside, and then I'm like, these are absolutely not even worth the cardboard they're put on right now. So I just gave them out to my nephews. I'm like, here, guys. And literally 6 months later, my wife's like, we're gonna have, and I'm like,
here we go.
I give all that stuff away. Oh well, I guess. So
awesome. What a great story.
Yeah, well, he's like his Harry Potter and his Lego stuff. I was so bad. I was trying to do my collection update video this weekend, and it just, again, there's a lot of stuff. It's difficult to know how much, and I share a lot with my guys all the time, and it's at some point it's like, how far do I go? How much do I keep back? There is stuff going on behind the scenes right now that's kind of pushing, and I see that my numbers don't really change. I know everybody is solid and they're not going anywhere, but I do like to make sure I put something out, and it's just like right now there's nothing new to put out, but I do need to do the update on the collection, and I've got some other small ideas to go until we finally start getting hit with new Black Series, possibly G.I. Joe stuff. Maybe I get into whatever. I still have to do my Cody review, but now that Mike's working on his, I'm like, oh man, I'm gonna get burned by people going, oh, you're just copying him again, and I'll just be like, well,
don't worry, no one watches Mike.
He's only got 1 or 2 more subscribers, so that's no big deal. So, but yeah, so it's like this whole weekend that's been, but it was more packing stuff up and just clearing some stuff out and just trying to get things back together. But when I do get the video done, I'm going to do Carter's Lego area, because he's got that big Diagon Alley set, that 6,000.
Oh yeah.
And that sucker is just a thing of beauty. It was his birthday money. He sold a bunch of stuff off so he could just get that sucker. And I'm like, I'm really jealous of that piece. I really like that piece.
They're awesome. I tell you, we did a massive Lego Harry Potter coffee table for someone. He had a massive Harry Potter display of Lego, so I made a table for him to put it on. And the piece we just finished yesterday was a Star Wars piece, which was a custom-made display coffee table, and he has all his Star Wars Lego. It had a big piece of glass down it, Papa, so you could see all the Lego inside it. And I'll send you a picture after this. I'll send you a picture. What it looks like.
That's awesome. I have a little itty bitty shelf in the corner, but that's going to go away once that Supreme Cobra Commander comes in the springtime. It's going to go into that spot. So it's just kind of a placeholder. So I've got my Tron Legacy, and then just some minifigures. Because again, my son for Christmas one year, he was just kind of like, I wish I could get like a Lego minifigure creator set or whatever. So I just kept buying loose minifigures, and then I bought like a toolbox basically, and I just put here's the body parts, here's the heads, here's the accessories. So here, we'll just get you some paints, and if you want to do some, so he makes custom minifigures for people all the time.
Cool.
So,
that's awesome.
Yeah, so I got to blend them into the collection a little bit more, but
I always say the same thing though. I mean, Star Wars obviously for me is my first love, but if I was in America as a kid, I think I would have been G.I. Joe'd up. I have never seen a toy. And the more and more, I mean, we had Action Force, which is our version of G.I. Joe, which was 5PO. Yes. Then obviously it turned into International Force, which your G.I. Joe had come over. But by the time that had come, I was starting to get out of figures, if you will. Yeah. But you come over here and you see what I've learned about G.I. Joe. You watch your Michael Mercy's or your Scuba Pete. You see the collections they have, and it's just that Defiant, that USS flag, the tanks, the trucks. I think I would have gone all out as a kid. I mean, I've never seen a toy line. I've never had G.I. Joe ever, so I admire that toy line so much. I think it's amazing.
Yeah, I've said to these guys before. Again, it was always Star Wars, He-Man and Transformers were kind of my 2-3. G.I. Joe was my 4. And, some other stuff like Centurions and Visionaries and, whatever. There was always like the odd piece here and there, but it wasn't like I had Mask, it wasn't, I had like everything. Because then my buddy, he'd come over, we'd mess around because Masters of the Universe, I was very heavy into that. Star Wars, I almost had everything. So if I wanted to play G.I. Joe, I would take my small box full and run across the street. And he had like everything for G.I. Joe. And then he'd bring his couple of He-Man guys over to my place, and he'd be like, so we didn't have to worry about whatever, we might trade for a couple of weeks because we were both very careful when we played with our toys. So we didn't break anything really. So, and it was great. But now getting into the G.I. Joe classified stuff, I joined a couple of Facebook groups just in case, to see if I could hook up with some people, to see if I could get some leads on some of the 6-inch figures or whatever. But my mind just went boom when I saw a few pages, and I was like, how many hundreds of different versions of G.I. Joe like, I didn't realize it was that deep. Like,
I asked Scuba Pete the same thing. I said, how much actually is there? He just went, thousands, Shabby. He said, we could be here for hours. Do you know what I mean? So,
yeah.
Wow. Amazing.
Oh, it's crazy. Oh, hey, Francois, how are you? Shabby needs the subs. Yes. Let's get into that. So that's a good thing I'm starting to read here. But you want some entertainment. And if you like people with accents, that's what I watch because I love listening to Shabby talk. So it makes me feel like I'm watching my British comedy series at home or whatever. So
that lovely bloke there, Blue Harvest, he was the one that basically said, Shabby, you've got to do it, because I always said to myself, if I'm going to do YouTube, I want to be positive. I'm a positive person. I like to laugh. I like to be a bit of a plonker. Do you know what I mean? Laughing and joking and getting the lads. So if I want to do a YouTube channel, I want to go off like that. So, and it's I'm only small. There's only 360, I think, but I'm enjoying it. It's good fun. I enjoy doing it.
Yeah, and I say the same thing. I always said with my group, I hit 1,000, and you won't hear me bring up subscribers ever again. And I've maybe snuck in subscribers once or twice or whatever, but I'm like, that was all it was about. My big thing was I wanted the community posting. I didn't care about monetizing. Yeah. I just wanted to be able to, because I mean, again, and I'm not saying that technology is is way advanced of myself, but I'm nowhere near where the kids are nowadays, where they can do TikTok, Twitter, this and that, and 14 things with 2 fingers, and you're just going like,
it's amazing. It's amazing. I can't even use my Amazon stick.
well, no, and that's it. I got to rely on these guys, and I mean that's where the non-editing came from for my videos on why I do one take, because I get really frustrated because, again, with COVID and stuff, I can't have somebody come over and go, well, here, let me show you and get you through. And then I don't want to. And again, I think my stuff's pretty original, I would think. So, but my nephew's like, as soon as I'm cleared to come over, I'll come over. We'll set you up properly. I got some programs to make it easier for you to do some stuff. But I'm like, I still don't know if I'll edit my stuff that much because, again, a lot of people say it feels like you're talking directly to me instead of, and I don't mind. Hey, people have all the different cuts in theirs. I enjoy different people's videos for different reasons. It doesn't matter picture quality, editing quality, what it's about. A guy could be sitting there in a tutu, blowing up balloons or something. And hey, as long as the music's good in the background, maybe I'm hooked and I'll watch the guy in a tutu blow up balloons. But
that's what it's all about. As long as you're yourself. I mean, I've seen a lot of YouTubers out there. You can, it's like an axe. They'll say stuff and do. And I thought, I'll get caught if I do that because I'm a genuine person. So if I start putting on this act thing, no one's gonna. If you met me in real life, you'd be like, hang on. So I always said that when I started, I want to be myself. Whether people like it or not, I don't want to be anybody else. So,
yep. No, and that's it. And that's where my ums and my ahs come from all the time. When it's a Canadian thing, because it's just the way it is. And you know what? And yes, my mind goes a little bit because it's not like I'm getting younger. I'm still going up in age, even though some days I'm like, oh yeah, I'm 37. Well, wait a minute. No, we're 47. And I lived 10 years just like that. And I'm like, Yep. I remember back in the day. I'm starting to have back in the day stories now. I'm like, oh my God, like this is still not good, man. So, but brutal. But how are you finding the He-Man stuff? Has that been a struggle for you to actually find that stuff in store?
Not really. The only one I've struggled with was Beastman. Now it's getting hard. Now I was lucky because when I managed to find He-Man Skeletor, Evil Lyn, Man at Arms, and Teela all together, but it was the first week it came out. I've been waiting for these to come out, you see, so I knew when they were coming, and I managed to get them, and that was at Walmart. Since then, I've not seen them. Now I've seen a lot of He-Man and Skeletor, which I'm glad about. A lot of people say, "Oh, the Abby He-Man, good." It gives everybody a chance to get one, so I have no issue with that. But how am I finding these? They're just. I think, and I know probably people will fall out me, I just think they're better than the originals. I think these are the figures we would have loved as a kid. We would have loved them. Yeah. They've kept the same look, the same feel, but it's the quality for $15, Papa. I mean, the quality of him, the look of him. Now they've just introduced the new battle packs, and obviously Castle Grayskull's coming in April, and it is different. I watched Pixel Dancing; it's a completely different mold, which I'm happy about too. So, I'm loving it. Absolutely
one of the cities not too far from me. I used to work up there. One of the Walmarts up there actually had the castles on the shelf, and it was
I've heard Canada getting them.
But I was going to go with the line. I would say the only complaint with the figures that I have is I kind of wish they would have not bothered with the wrist joints, because I find that the couple that I did have, they were not super strong. But other than that. The fact that you could bend the arms, that you had elbow articulation, that you could bend the knees, that there was a lot more range in the head. I was like, again, $15, what a steal. And I found He-Man, Skeletor, Man-at-Arms, and Evil Lyn was on the shelf, but I don't know why I passed on her. So I got the 3, could never find Teela, could never find Beastman, went back the next day because I hid the Evil Lyn, gone. And then I was like, oh, man. And then I could never find them anywhere. And then I finally found Battle Cat. And I was like, oh, okay.
And how awesome is that Battle Cat? It's just awesome.
Good. So good.
The articulation and everything. I mean, I'll never take away. I mean, obviously, I loved He-Man as a kid. I was a big collector of them. My brothers were, the castles, everything. So to bring that line back, but to keep them as a toy. Sometimes that's the thing about Black Series is I love Black Series. It's my first and foremost. But you can tell who Black Series is for. You're not going to take the Black Series out and play them in your back garden. You're not going to give them kids to play with. It's just not going to happen. But these you can. So these actually belong on a toy aisle, if you will. You know what I mean?
100%. Quick rip off of the card. And
that's what I did.
Yep. Off you go. So
I mean, the accessories you get the comic with it, the color. You can take off all the arms and legs and make different figures. And
I saw the one with the battle damaged chest pieces. I saw the Skeletor and the He-Man, and I was like, maybe, because I see that the extra heads are the original versions.
Well, that's what Mattel did. They listened to everybody. They brought out this new head, which is right here. And I don't mind it. It's something different. But a lot of people say, no, it's not the original. So what did Mattel do? They put it in the battle so you can get another one. So they're just perfect. They really are.
They are like, I'm kicking myself for letting the few go that I did, but then thinking, if I ever could find the Castle Grayskull, where the hell would I? Because I mean, I've got my TIE Fighter on the right here as it is, and the Snow Speeder's directly underneath the TIE Fighter. I've got no room for a castle anything right now. So until again, I need to get rid of a kid, and then I can put more stuff in.
That's what it is. I mean, I found She-Ra's castle last month. Did you see that when I put that up?
Yes, I saw that.
That right there in the thrift shop, and it's lost all its colour. And I had a big thing with Pixel Dan and some of the He-Man lads on Twitter about, where's the colour gone? But I just saw it on the shelf and I thought, I know what that is. But I never had obviously She-Ra's castle.
No.
But it's just the hinging on the side, the old classic hinges that were on Greyskull, Snake Mountain, and then I saw the emblem, which is on She-Ra's helmet, which is actually on her castle. So I opened it up, there it was, 84 Mexico, and I was like, I don't believe it. And it cost me £7. It was £7. I'm sorry, $7. $7. I was like, wow, that's amazing.
No, I love scores like that. Yeah, we've got Value Village or whatever, and I think they're just starting to reopen again due to restrictions or whatever. And the one by us used to be a honey hole for the longest time. I'd find old Transformers and G.I. Joes and stuff like that, and I'd be, this is so great. And then word got out, and it just gets picked over. Like,
and then that's it. Yeah.
So I'm like, I don't even bother to go in anymore. I got to go to the bigger cities with the more posh areas, where the slightly richer people don't go into the value stores and whatever else, and they just start dropping off treasures like crazy. And then you're like, look at all the gold on the walls for pennies on the dollar. So
it happened to me. My biggest fan was actually here in North Carolina. The first year we were here, there was we live in a small town, and the church, like the church fair, was having a charity thing, like a jumble sale, a yard sale, if you will. I walk in there, and there's a lady with all vintage Star Wars on the table. So I had a look, and I actually found 11 of the last 17 figures for only $3 each. That's it. And if I show you, they're all up there now, and they are absolutely, it's like they've never been touched. There's no paint wear, there's no rub wear. So I said to her, how much do you want for these? And she went, honey, you just give me $3 for each one of them. So I bought 11 of the last 17.
Oh.
I was like, what? Do you know what I mean? And that's the thing. If she was a collector herself, or if they were hers, I would have turned around and said, listen, they're a bit more the church rate. They were just they were all donations. So I thought, fine.
Yeah.
So $3 each, that was it.
Yeah. Well, and I showed you guys this one before, but and that's where this one came from.
Yeah.
Right. So my wife saw this at a church bazaar, paid, I think. Okay, you saw it. Sorry. How much did you pay for it? You remember? $20? $20, he thinks. And this is what started me collecting again, was this piece. So this side's still taped. The box has been open, but it's not been out of the plastic. The stickers are still on the sheet. Like, I love this piece. And I mean, I have like virtually, except for that new Batman figure, there's not really any other Batman. You wouldn't know that I was a Batman fan looking at this right now. But yeah, this was that one piece that was just like, just
hits you, doesn't it? Yeah, you see that one piece that makes you go, oh, that's it. You know what I mean? Yep, I understand that. Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Oh, what do we got here? Let's see what we got on. Jammy bugger.
I know, I can't believe it. Yeah, Mark knows that story, bless him.
No, that is fantastic. Yeah, flea markets. I definitely miss flea markets as well.
Did it before I went to an old thrift shop and I found in 1984 Papley from Return of the Jedi, the plush. And I said, "How much do you want for this?" And I'll just give me $4. It was right, fine. I'll have it. Thank you.
Yeah, it's not too often you don't get as many because I think more people now, regardless if they're collectors or not, there's enough listings or there's enough sites that you can go on, and but just between looking at whether or not you check sold things on eBay rather than what they're selling for. But you've got eBay, you've got your Kijijis, you got your Facebook marketplaces. So it could be some older lady that's like, oh yeah, I've got a mint in box 12-inch Boba Fett. I don't know, $5 or $10 or something, even though it's hunt, like
crazy. Well, we're lucky though, because with me and Jen with our furniture business, everyone knows what we do in our town. So say, for example, without trying to sound morbid, somebody had just died, so they're getting rid of the stuff. What they'll do is they'll say to me and Jen first, "Do you want to come in and take the furniture?" "Oh, all right," he said, because so we'll go in on the Friday and then they'll have the estate sale or the yard sale on the Saturday. So the amount of times I've gone in there and I've seen old toys, like I found a boxed Cabbage Patch Kid and I bought that. And whilst I was, so I sort of furniture, I'll have that as well. So it's little things. So we're quite lucky with what we do for a living. We're never out of thrift shops. We're never out of like restores or estate sales. Mm-hmm. We're always in.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, I can't. Well, again, until things like I've got I think 3 concerts that have been rescheduled. So we're still waiting on. We were supposed to see New Order and the Pet Shop Boys last September. So now it's supposed to be this September. But yeah, I took the oldest with me to see New Order. I'd like to say it was 2 summers ago, and Bernard can still hit it even without Peter Hook being in the band anymore. But,
what about the old? Do they like the old Joy Division before New Order as well?
I tell you, I should have been born and raised, or I should have moved to England because that's like Erasure is my number 1 band of.
When you said that last time, I was like, I loved Erasure as a kid. Yeah.
So I have seen them. I think I'm up to 17 out of 18 times that they played in Toronto because my sister-in-law and brother-in-law were getting married. It was the only time I missed a concert that they've ever played in when they toured down here. So Depeche Mode's up there.
Depeche Mode,
yeah. New Order, the Pet Shop Boys, you name anything. The Smiths, the Farm. And Spiral Carpets,
No way! You're going old school now.
Man, I love that was kind of like my secret. I don't know. People used to call it like my superpower because in Toronto they used to do when the 80s stuff came back into popularity a few years back. We used to go to this place in Toronto called Whiskey Saigon, and it was all retro. Every Sunday night. So I'm a white guy. I don't dance. I can admit that. Not even if I'm inebriated, I will not dance because I have no rhythm. But I can sit there usually within the first 2 notes, and I'd be like, "Oh, this is so and so. This is the song. This is the year it came out. Blah blah blah." And I could probably tell you what the cover art looked like as well. And I could do that forever. And then the last 10 or so years, it's just like. I'll sit there and it'll be almost over, and I'll be like, Jesus, I can almost place that. And then all of a sudden the guy will come on and go, that was blah, blah, blah. I'm like, that's it.
Well, that's where I'm from. You see, I'm from the northwest of England. So everyone from the Beatles to New Order to Blur, the Smiths, the Charlatans, Oasis, they're all massively based lads.
Yes.
So it's always been in me. So when you started saying stuff like that, I thought, this guy knows what he's talking about. I thought, you don't find many people that like that sort of stuff anymore.
No, not so much. And I still don't change. I've got satellite radio in my car. I don't listen to terrestrial radio. 90% of the time, I've just got my Bluetooth on my phone, and I just listen to my playlist because that's what I like listening to. It's what the time goes by really, really quick. So between the Brit stuff and again, like I said, Red Dwarf, my absolute favorite comedy series of all time. I love the dry in this, and people are just like, oh, I don't get it. Why is that? I'm like, you don't know what you're missing. Even though I might not get some of the jokes because of the slang or whatever, but I just like.
Jen does it. Jen will sit in England and we'll watch Father Ted or Shooting Stars or Red Dwarf, and she just doesn't find it. She can't get the humour. Do you know what I mean? She's like, well, what, you know? But then I'll do it over here. I'll come over here and I'll watch like Friends, whatever. Yeah, and it's funny, whatever. But Americans all laughing their heads off at it. I'm like, is it that funny? You know? But so it's the same. You know, it's where you're from, innit, I suppose.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Oh, for sure. Yeah. I can't wait. Like we've got friends that live in Sunderland. So
nice. Mackems.
So we've got an open invitation, but of course it's until like hopefully one day we'll be able to go over and visit, because every once in a while they'll be like, oh, let us know if there's any Red Dwarf stuff or whatever. And I'm like, I don't even know if that's readily stuff that you can find in a shop without way overpaying for, because again, I have Red Dwarf stuff. Yeah, I've got my one T-shirt of Starbug, and I think that's. Was that it? I think that. Oh, I've got some pins, and that's it. Besides my Blu-rays and my DVDs, and then my mom cross-stitched me the Red Dwarf crew. So I was like, oh, it's cool.
Have you ever heard of Obi-Wan Kenobi do his impression of Crichton?
I haven't heard him do it. So
if you ever get in touch with Only One, ask him to do Crichton. It's like you're there. It is unbelievable, his impression of Crichton. It's ridiculous how good it is. So.
I didn't even realize that he was that Robert Lewin. He was English until there was behind the scenes, and I was like, he's not American. What? I was like, holy crap! So,
why Red Dwarf? What got you into Red Dwarf?
My one buddy ran. They're a big video store franchise back in the day was Jumbo Video. And he worked at Jumbo, and I happened to go walking in there one day, and it was probably right before the '89 Batman film. So this is going back a long time. And I remember I was wearing a Joker t-shirt. It basically looked like a playing card with the Joker's face on it and had a couple bat symbols on it or something. And I walked into the store, and I was looking for something to do. I was doing a project for school. And the guy's like, hey, man, cool shirt. And he was, I think, Wes, he was, I think, a year older than I was. We started talking and stuff. And he's like, so what do you watch? And I was saying a few things or whatever. And he's like, oh, so you like the sci-fi stuff? And I'm like, oh, absolutely, you know. But I'm like, it'd be really good if there was some comedy with some stuff. And he's like, oh, have I got something for you? And he's like, come back tomorrow about the same. So I came back in, and he gave me a videotape. And it was season 1. With the first, I think, 3 episodes or something. And he's like, here you go. And I took it home on VHS, and I put it in the VCR, and I just pissed myself. I was like, where is this? What is this stuff? That's this Red Dwarf. And there was a specialty store in the next city over. It was $50 per videotape because they had to import it from England. And so every time I'd order, I'd be going, let me see your catalog. And then I'd find it and go, oh, the next one's coming out in 6 months or something. And then I did the same when they finally got released on DVD. I'd have to go to Toronto, and they were anywhere between $50 to $75 to get them on DVD when they first came out. And that had the little package of of the collector cards inside and the whole bit. And then the first 6 seasons, and then it went away for a little bit. And then that's when 7 and 8 came back, and they were longer seasons, and they, Kachansky was different, right? They didn't bring back Claire Grogan and what have you. And I was like, this isn't so bad. And then when they did that Back to Earth, I really wanted to like it. But when they didn't have the laugh track in there, it just pulled me out. And I was like, oh, maybe it's run its course. In the last 4 series or whatever that's been out, I'm just like, it's classic. Yeah, they put on weight. Yes, they got more wrinkles. And how does a hologram age? But you know what? Who cares? So,
But that's the nicest thing about Red Dwarf is the fact that, yes, it's set in the science fiction genre, but you could put it in any genre. Do you know what I mean? That's what makes it so well written. I loved Red Dwarf.
No, absolutely. And then to see some of them spin off, right? So you had Robot Wars. So you had Junkyard Wars that Robert Lewin was doing for a while. Yeah. And it was like, this is so great. So it was always, I wonder if he's got anything going on, or he's got any. And then to see that Craig Charles was on Coronation Street for a number of years. So I was like, oh, good on you. You know, that was one show I could never get into was Coronation Street. So, but yeah, most of the other stuff, absolutely. I don't know. I don't know what it was. Because I think my humor is pretty dry. So I just think I got it. So, and yeah, I'm
because
still.
I remember when I was going through my immigration status, and the first time I was in America, so I couldn't work. I had to go through all that. So I'd sit at home and I'd watch TV Land. That was my favorite channel in America, TV, all the old school ones.
Yep.
But I'd sit and watch All in the Family, and I'd go, I've seen this before. I've seen this. And then at the end, it says based on, what is it, Till Death Do Us Part, an English show. And I thought, that's where I've seen it. I watched Stanford and Son, and I'm like, this is Steptoe and Son. I watched Three's Company, it's Man About the House. So every American show that was from the 80s, or late 70s, 80s, were our shows as well. And it's funny that how they've taken them off, if you will. You know, I know they did it with The Office, but they made The Office a bit different. But these were more or less exactly the same. So same story.
Well, it was the same with Dwarf as well. It took me forever to finally watch the American pilot. Because I was like, oh, and it's just so bad. I can see why they were like, no, even though Robert Lewin, they had Crichton in, and it was the original, well, not the original Crichton actor, because he was only there for just that one, the first Crichton introduction or whatever. But yeah, Robert Lewin is in, and it's just like, no, one, you need the accents. I thought it was great when you had like Captain Hollister was an American, but you know, everybody else was, you know, either Scottish or Irish or English or whatever. And just, I'm like, man, like, it's just, I don't know. I always wanted more. Like, I always felt that, you know, 6 episodes a season wasn't enough, but then they kind of see what they had to go through and stuff. I'm like, okay, all right. I can watch it. I'll sit there, and it's my go-to all the time. I have them all on digital, and I'll put it on the background and stuff.
But that's what TV shows were for us. I mean, they still roughly are. You're looking at 46 episodes. That's it. We don't do 20, 14 episodes. But I think that's why they go down as classics, because they keep, the stories are good. They keep it there. So, but hey, there he is. My best pal.
Yes. Excellent. Let's see. Francois. Let's see. You got some pre-orders done. Yeah, I don't know where I've got any of my guys. I know I've got some that are pre-ordered still, but I'm probably just going to end up going with toysnowman.com. So that's kind of been my go-to lately for my pre-orders. Right. I hate putting the money out front, because that's why I like with EB Games. I like the zero down. If it shows up, it shows up. But then I don't like to rely on them all the time, because this past year's not been good. They've canceled quite a few of mine. Like, I really had to go out of my way to get my Beskar Mandalorian, because they canceled that on me. Another spot I had canceled it on me, and luckily I found it at a local comic shop and paid maybe $5 more. But just the time, the effort, and the gas.
They did it to me. The only thing at the time they did that to me was the Mandalorian Biker Scout with Baby Yoda, completely gone. And it pre-ordered, the money was there, everything else, and I thought, this should be here by now. And I looked, and it was completely gone off my Amazon. I thought, well, that's it. So I've actually phoned them and said, I've had this pre-ordered. I've had it pre-ordered since the date. Oh, right, yes. Sorry, but you can buy it off a third party. So I looked at a third party for $107, and I thought, oh.
Well, I'll tell you this one. So which one was it? Oh, this one here. I think it was this one. Some of everybody's favorite. Oh, God. So this one is the Amazon one, I believe. So the regular Stormtrooper. So like, same thing. Pre-ordered him the day he went live. I put in whatever I put in for shipping. And then, of course, a week before it was going to ship, I was like, I wonder, maybe I want it sooner. So I'll just change my shipping. I've done it before, and I've never had a problem. I changed the shipping on him, and the order disappeared. And I was like, oh, no, not with Amazon. So I called them up, and I'm like, what happened? Well, we can't guarantee anything. And I'm like, you need to fix this problem, because I said, if this would have happened, I wouldn't have done it. And I've done it before. And okay, let me look. So the guy looked into things, and he's like, you know what? He's like, I see there's somebody selling this one figure, third party, and was selling this figure for $85. And Amazon paid the third party seller for me. And so and they bought the $85 figure from that third party and shipped it to me. And then literally the next day, this went back up on my thing, and then they sent me my next one, and I paid regular retail for it. So I was
it's amazing. The only time it's ever happened to me, I've got the I don't know whether you saw my video of it now. I got the Hanning Carbonite 40th anniversary, and all the card was bent, but the actual box it came in was pristine. So obviously it was done in there because it came with the 40th anniversary pack, the Bounty Hunter pack, 4 Lawman's Lucky. So I phoned them and said, I don't want a refund. I just want an exchange. Oh, well, we don't have that now, but you can get. So I said, well, how much is it off somebody else? He said $95. I said, hang on a minute, I've just bought it off your site for $14.99, but now you want me to, and I kept it. I've still got it here. The top of it's all bent or whatever, but I thought, I'm not exchanging it for that price. That's ridiculous. Paying $75 more.
Yeah, that's a hard thing. Like, and I feel bad. Like, then that's where I feel really bad for the inbox guys that if they don't come just that way, I know people's just like, just freak out and just like, what the hell am I supposed to do?
I don't blame people. It's like I said, I don't want to repeat myself what I said before, Papa, but you're paying for a product. You wouldn't buy a car that was scratched, or you wouldn't buy a burger that had a bite in it. Do you know what I mean? It's I feel it's that sort of thing. I think a lot of people, it's toys, they just throw them in the box, they're not that bothered, but to us, they're like, well, no, I still paid for it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. Ever since TK or Brian, ever since Brian started sending some of the convention stuff to me, and it's only, what have I got? 1, 2. So out of all the convention stuff, I've got 3 open boxed ones. One, of course, I cut open and opened up the Kenner colored Boba Fett. But now whenever I buy some stuff, and if it's got a nice card, I sit there and I hesitate. I'm like, oh, I don't know if I can, but it's a regular figure. I don't care. Oh, but the card, I know they put money into the card. They make it look really nice, and I feel guilty about it. But I never do it except for Star Wars. Star Wars is the only thing in my collection that I have a funny thing, which I don't understand because they're in boxes anyway. Do you know what I mean? Because all the lads like Mark, you can take it out, Shabby, and you can display it and put it back in the box. And everything else, the He-Man, the Transformers, box open, no problem. But for some reason, I don't know what it was. I have the Ahsoka figure, the 3 3/4 inch, the vintage collection one up there. So I've got the card back. Now, when I first started to collect the vintage collection, I'd open those 3/4 inch up, and I'd make my own display stands, and so I'd put them on display stands, and then I remember seeing that now. How much is that Ahsoka? About $500-600, and I'm like, what? The 3 3/4 inch Ahsoka is worth a fortune on its card, and I'm like, I don't look at it for that. I think that's what it is. But now I think because of that is the reason I go, well, should I keep it on card then, or? Do you know what I mean? Because it's funny when people say you buy them for investments, and I understand that, but investments for who? I'm never going to sell my stuff, so no. Yeah, and that's exactly it. Like, I mean, I same thing. Only boxes I keep are my Star Wars, and I've got 4 massive boxes full of all of the smaller boxes that luckily fit in another room right now. But it's getting to that point where I get the looks every once in a while, like, so I did purge out a few, because then if I get things shipped to me, sometimes I look at those boxes and I'm like, ooh, that's the perfect size for when I'm going to send somebody else a figure. So I better save that. I don't do that. I just, look at all the bubble wrap I just got from this box of stuff that just came. And I just constantly just add it into the corner. And then I'm like, all right, I can do that. And okay, I think I can. It's bad. And then G.I. Joe, the G.I. Joe boxes, I keep those ones as well. But I did have a hard time when I was going through my Marvel Legends, and I'm just like being nice, and I'm peeling the plastic piece out of the cardboard so I could get it for recycling and whatever. And I'm making nice piles, and then I'm just sitting there looking at it going, oh, did I just do that? I can't fix that stuff now, so it doesn't matter anymore. So, but it's the same thing.
Have you ever done that as well? It's like when you open a box, sometimes I've done this too. You open a figure out of the box and it doesn't look as good as it did in the box, and you're like, So I don't know, it's weird, isn't it? I've got a table just next to the Black Series. All the ships I open are the Snow Speeder, the Land Speeder, Rage, and so there I have no issues with that. And then when I got the Snow Speeder for Christmas, I really wanted Luke to go with it. So I bought another loop, the one that's in the new pack, to open. So I don't have an issue with it, but it's funny. I always have to stop myself before I open something, especially Star Wars.
Yes. Oh yeah, 100%. Like I've like with you, seeing having all your red box all behind, like that was kind of an easy thing, because for me to go, well, you know what, we know the Tusken Raiders being re-released as an archive, so yeah, I think I know I've got the box for them, so you know what, instead of it sitting there, no big deal, send it off. It'll help fill somebody else's collection in, because I'm a figure completionist. I don't need to be a numbered box completionist, because again, as cool, and I've seen some really nice displays of how people have displayed the red boxes, or you know, because you have to display them, you know, they have to be displayed this way, right?
Yeah, they do.
You can't just stick them here and all you see is a 1, 2, 3, because then you're like, oh.
But I like it like that. When I was a kid, I used to love sitting in my bed with the card back and all the numbers on the side. Number 1, Luke Skywalker. So I would cross the number off. It would be the number for me, you know. And so when these came out and I saw 100, there's 112, obviously I had to, that's why I put them face forward with the numbers, because to me, it was always about the numbers as a kid. And I am a completist for that line. So it's funny, isn't it? You know, there was a guy on Twitter that said, "Oh, I don't know why you just don't put them in storage." But I could never say that about somebody else's. I think the way people collect and the way that's what makes it so special is we all do it so differently. You know, everyone has their own way of doing stuff. You know, and that's just my way of doing it. So, you know, I get that. I mean, I'll change it one day. One day I might just open them, or one day I'll put more face forward. But again, it's space as well. It's easy for me to get these boxes and slide them in and take them out when I want to have a look at them, and then that shelf's done. Now I can move. Because if you look around my actual room, there's everywhere's open. You know, all my stuff's open. It's only the corner there, the Black Series one, that's all closed up. Yes, which I prefer to be closed up. So.
No, and I mean, and there's nothing wrong. I'm glad that they finally decided to change and update the red and black boxes, because we had them for so long.
They feel cheap though. They don't feel as. Do you get that? They don't. I mean, I got Jar Jar yesterday.
Yep.
And I love this. This is awesome. I love the artwork on the side, but the box feels very, very flimsy cheap to me. Yeah, doesn't feel as strong.
No, and I don't know how. And that's the one thing with that is like, do you display them with the very nice art, and then you do the whole scene that's going on, or do you display them so you actually see this? I'm kind of glad with the other one. It's either straight up, either you're looking at the number like you like to do library style, or if you're one of those awesome people that have such massive storage that you can put every figure straight like that from 1 to 10 per whatever, and then hide everything in behind. That's fantastic. But I think this would drive me crazy, not knowing which way do I want mural or do I want figure. So I'm glad for that I can open these ones for sure and just go, who cares? Open them up, box in a box, and you know, no harm, no foul, I guess. So to speak,
it's like people like Mike, for example, he opens even his convention ones. He opens, you know what I mean? And in a way, sometimes I envy people like that, because I think, you know, he's not concerned about the boxes; he's concerned about the actual toy itself, which is awesome.
Yes. Yeah, and I was the same with Mike, is I opened every single thing, and then Brian came into my life, into the channel and stuff, and you know, then he started sending a few, and then I was kind of like, well, I don't, you know, like I can appreciate, especially some of the convention stuff that gets put out. I can appreciate the box for what it is as well, because it's a work of art, just like the mold of that.
It is
here. And again, if you look at, oh man, let's pick one I can get to that's not going to knock everything down. All right, yeah, let's get that one. So if we look at, like, say the Jyn Erso SD, like the convention exclusive, it's exactly the same as the regular Jyn Erso. There's absolutely nothing different about it. It's just, here's the gun, here's your thing, there's whatever. But this looks really, you know, like there's not a lot to it, but I love the transitioning on here.
Yeah.
matches some of the other style. She's been a repack so many bloody times, so I know she's out there.
Yeah.
So then I'm like, I don't need to free her from this because I already have this in another version. And yes, this one's the slightly harder one. I mean, maybe a bad example just because she's pegged warm for so many years, but I mean, you know, the same with Rex, you know, like he's worth a lot, although the black and the red box version, I think looks better. Because they put more...
I like the red boxes, yeah. A lot of people saying, oh, they needed it, but I kind of like that distinctive look. It gave it a more adult collector's kind of look, that red and black box. Do you know what I mean? So I was a big fan, and I like the way it just strikes out. And then when they did the gaming greats and they brought out the blues and the purples and the greys, I thought, this is awesome. It's looking great. I mean, I like the new boxes that, you know, but again, I've always been a numbers guy, so those big black numbers on the side,
yeah.
Oh, thanks, Ty.
Now with your red and black collection, exclusives. Are you missing exclusives that are red and black?
Yeah, I am missing in my exclusives. Well, I really want the Death Star Escape layer. That's the one I'd really, really like to get hold of. Remember, it was a Target exclusive, all white. It was the same type of figure without the new hair on it. Yeah, so I really like that one.
Yep.
I'm trying to think who else. I've got so many of them. It's ridiculous. I know it's crazy keeping it. I think that's roughly. I just got the IG-11, which was the Best Buy exclusive, which was awesome. Yep. The IG, that was a good one. The 3POs I've got, the Chewbaccas I've got. No, I think it's just that one. Obviously, there's more, but I just can't think of them. But I'd like that Death Star Escape layer. That's the one I'm looking for now. I like the Death Star Escape Luke one, the one with the sweat. I remember the convention, and you saw it in the Death Star, and Hasbro had it, you know, before we knew it was going to come out as a figure. And I thought, wow, that's really cool. And I know that figure gets flack, but I don't mind that figure. The only one I'm a bit disappointed one is the Quill figure. To me, I like the Quill figure, and the face is awesome, but it doesn't look finished. Did you get that yourself? It doesn't look like it's like they've half painted it and left it.
Yeah, I find with the new with that last wave. Yeah, I don't know. I think he's fine. Like again, he's fine, and I guess that's the ongoing word I use with a lot of these figures, that they're just fine. They're not fantastic, but yeah I'd say he's. I don't know. There seems, besides the fact he doesn't have his blurg, automatically
he should have come with a blurg. Yeah,
I had the damn blurg for sure. But yeah, he does. There does feel something. Either the fact that I like that he can take the helmet off, but I kind of wish that the goggles could have actually maybe gone down onto his eyes. Maybe he came with something else. I don't particularly care for the way he holds his weapon, because he's kind of like Zuckuss in that in that way. So I found really that whole wave was kind of a little on the Jesus Christ.
No, I don't open him.
Jesus, it's that damn IG-11. I got him holding the child on there, and it just pulls him down to the side, so he goes over all the time. But ooh, that was Cara Dune almost took a drop, man. I don't need that investment to break.
No. She's like gold there. You want to keep hold of there. But I tell you what, the other one that I missed out on was the inventory. What is it called? The Mandalorian inventory, heavy battle armor one. The Best Buy exclusive. Completely missed out on that, because that felt like it came and went. And by the time I got around saying, right, let's have a look at that one, I didn't realize it was only Best Buy, and I thought, Best Buy, that's a bit weird. By Best Buy.
Yes.
You know,
absolutely. He's I think he's getting I can't remember if he's getting a re-release again. I know there's a few that are kind of they're either making more, or they're all of a sudden they're just like, oh, we just found a whole stockpile of this sitting around. So it's like the Battlefront it's like the Shock Trooper. Like you can get him again now, and this was a sought after figure. So many people were like, and now it's just like, oh, I can pre-order him. I was like, oh, man, like again, I don't collect for the value. I don't collect to go, oh, here's my retirement behind me. But at the same time, it is kind of nice to kind of go, Oh, at least it's got some value. Oh, well, they just
No,
dropped.
I understand what you're saying. It's nice to know that they're worth something. I mean, but it's like these people. What I would do now, instead of these re-releases, I would do what NECA does. I would turn around and say, right, you have a time window. You have 2 months to pre-order it. And then within that 2 months, I mean, I don't mind if they said that and said, we're not making the figure for 8 months to a year. I'm happy with that, as long as I know I can get it at a time. But when you miss out, it's like the Fan First Fridays, for example. You're not just pre-ordering one figure, Papa. You're ordering all 8 of them. And then if there's a vintage collection you want that. And then if there's a new retro collection, you want that. So by the time you've spent $200 and some dollars on figures you're not going to see for 6 months, that to me is crazy. And you have to get into that window because, like I said, the Ahsokas. I mean, I got the red and black Ahsoka, and I found her quite luckily, same as the Dr. Aphra. But these new ones I've never seen in the stores. The Clone Wars one and the Repack Rebels. I know the Repack Rebels was GameStop, but I never saw them. And I'm like, wow. And then I'm not paying $70 for it. It's like people like yourself when you sent me that Tusken Raider, because I know how much that's worth. I know how much it's worth. Hence why I never had it. I'm never going to be one of those guys on YouTube or toy collectors that's going to be dishonest. Sometimes when you've got 4 kids in your own business, you've got to be careful. And I'm one of those people that's turned around and said, well, if I've got $80, I could buy 4 things with that, not just the one thing with that. So for people like you to send that to me, that means the world to me. Thank you so much. I'll keep it forever.
Like I said, I have been, and I said this on the I think on my Wednesday, my late night stream now, because I don't get home till almost midnight. So then I'll start a stream for a couple hours, and it's a lot for the West Coast guys that it's like 9 o'clock for them or whatever. And I was like, I guess blessed would be the term. I mean, I'm not a religious guy, and I'm like, I don't know if I should say blessed. And everybody's like, no, say blessed. So I will say I'm blessed. I will definitely say that without a doubt. I mean, if it wasn't for, honestly, again, and people can rag on me, whatever, just go, oh, Jesus, here we go again. But again, if it wasn't for Mike's channel, because I was never, I didn't really know YouTube at all. Like, okay, my friends talked about, watching, Matthias and some other, kiddie things and whatever. And I was like, what is this? Like, I thought YouTube was just, that's for some music videos you could watch or some tutorials. I didn't know there was a whole bit about, oh, hey, here's a review on the latest action figure, because again, I didn't really collect. So I found Mike at kind of the right time for multiple reasons. Things were just a benefit. And then it just like, my eyes opened up and I was like, look at this community and whatever. And then it was like, okay, you know what? Yeah, a few people know my name a little bit because he's done and given me this name or whatever. And we'll just go with that. And then it was like, the kids were always bugging me for years. Oh, can we start a channel? Can we start a channel? Okay, let's start a channel. Well, I'll finally agree to it. So I started a channel with them. And then when COPPA hit, it was like, oh, well, what are we going to do? So we pulled all their stuff. And then it just kind of became my thing, because I was like, I never thought I would do anything like this. I'm
the same way. I never thought I would ever. Yep. I thought I was going to simply go through my toy collecting on my own. Yeah. And it's like I said, you watch your usual mic, you watch your mic case, but I was always have it on in the background. I was never one to comment. I was never one to get involved. I was never, I'm watching Mike, and I've seen these I was going to Mike through Black Series. I mean, Mike was the one that was doing it and reviewing it, and I loved his top 10s and his wish list for each year. Yeah. I really enjoyed watching them. But like I said, it was just a background noise to me. That was my way of enjoying my, toy collecting. And then once I've got into myself, the thing about people like Mike, though, and I understand why you've got so much admiration for him, is because he's such a genuine bloke. He came onto the Pala Boys a couple of weeks ago, and he was, for me to sit there and he's taking time to talk to us and get involved with us. That's why, to me, I'm a massive fan of the smaller YouTube community. I think they've got more time. You get to know the people that watch you a lot more. It's awesome. I love it.
Oh no, absolutely. Like I got a box of stuff sitting down here that came in a couple of days ago, and it's all a bunch of 3D printed stuff. So it wasn't. Not to say that somebody who may have gone out and found something in a store or went through their collection and found a piece and went, hey, I got a couple extra of these. Again, pay it forward, because you know what? We could all use a little extra, bonus points for when it comes to the end of things, and whatever else. So like again, Linda sent me a package from Australia, so I had some Australian snacks to get to try on here, and now I've got some stuff that's come from the States that I'm just like,
yeah.
Oh,
your biscuits you sent me, they lasted 10 minutes. Papa.
I figured I wanted just to do just the jam ones, but the store was completely out of those ones. And I'm the same way. I could easily just sit there and just go a couple of.
Me and Suki just devoured them straight away. And thought, but they're very much like English biscuits, very much like it. So,
yeah, I kind of figured, because again, it was that whole whatever. Because when my grandmother was still alive, that was what we would have. We would have the Peak Freens, and she'd always make sure, because when you get the multi-pack, it was only X number of the jelly ones, and I didn't like the chocolate ones so much, so I'd be like, hey, and so she'd sneak me an extra couple or whatnot, and I'd sit there at 12 or 13 years old, and I don't think that's really standard drink for a 13-year-old Canadian, is to have a hot cup of tea all the time. But I just kind of hang back, and I was like, so good. And so there was a couple of years ago, I listened to a lot of Kevin Smith podcasts and stuff. So Kevin Smith, this guy, right? So some people don't know, but Kevin Smith, the director, Jay and Silent Bob, whatever. And so he was talking about he does a edumacation, and he gets on these tangents because, again, I think a lot of it's from his weed smoking and stuff like that. But he was off on a tangent, and he was singing this old song, and it was the theme song for Peak Freens, for those cookies. And he's like, right. Oh my God, yeah, those, and he's just going off saying, now they're for old people, blah, 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 and whatever. And I was just like, dude, you can't be saying that. So I called him out on Twitter a couple of times, and then just by chance, Jason Mewes was going to be in Niagara Falls. And again, I don't live that far from Niagara Falls as well, and he was coming to the convention. Last minute, Kevin Smith goes, hey guys, I'm going to be there on Sunday just for photo ops. So I snuck a box of Peak Freens into the convention with me, and then we went and lined up and had my picture, and I pulled out the box. He turned and he nearly pissed it. He was just like, he knew exactly what he was. You're the Peak Freens guy. And I'm like, yeah, how can you make fun of these glorious cookies? So he was just like, so he signed the box, but we never got the box back from him, and didn't find out if he had eaten any of them or whatever, but he just thought it was hilarious. So I'm like, you can't diss. Yeah, it's not exactly maybe a chocolate chip cookie or something like that, but you got to love a firm biscuit that can hold a lot of tea in it if you're really. That's what it was all about for us. I mean, we'll have debate after debate, us English, about what biscuit can you hold, your tea. So Hobnob's probably the best one. Digestive's all right, but Jammy Dodgers, the jam ones that you have, they're called Jammy Dodgers in England, and they're perfect. Yeah, nice. Well, I'll have to make sure when we finally make it to the States, then I'll have to go get some of those for sure. So you're quite lucky now. Now you've met all the Pally boys. Look how many places you've got in England. Now you've got Devon, you've got Plymouth, you've got York, you've got Manchester. You can go anywhere you want now. That's true. That is true. Yeah. Yes, David, there is more snow incoming. Yes. Wow. February, we've been so lucky, and you can say global warming for sure, because it always seems to be about mid-February, and then all of a sudden it's just like, boom, here's the snow, suck it. And I hate the snow. Like, it's, if I was a little bit more better with the mobility, I've had both my hips replaced in the last couple of years. So it's not like I can go tobogganing or downhill skiing or anything like that. So, which is disappointing, but yeah, it's nice enough to see it. Then you're like, yeah, it's Christmas. Get rid of it. Wow. Give me some cool. The weather in North Carolina is, I mean, it's not warm, but it's not freezing. It's been nice here, to be honest. So I do like it down there. The only thing I'd hate would be just all the like the hurricanes and the crap down there. Yeah, that's just. Yeah. And it's new to us because, like I said, I'm from a country that doesn't really have massive, major natural disasters, if you will, like tornadoes and hurricanes. We've had one or two hurricanes in the last 30 years. So, but it's funny as well because I'm not a warm weather person, and it's so hot down here in the summer. But I'd prefer the cold, if you will. But Jen loves it. What can I say? Yeah, well, I mean, I guess we'll have to see where you end up, where you pick up and you settle down some roots again for another few years. So. Let's see, Vancouver. Oh, there's quite a few Canadians. I know I get quite a few few Americans that watch. So good to see where
Awesome,
some of the other guys are. So yeah, some of you guys are close-ish. London's not super far from where I am. So London, Ontario, not London, England, but yes.
right.
But yeah, Florida, yeah, we got to get down again. That was last summer. We were supposed to go down to do Universal because we did Disney, I think the year before or something, or 2 years ago or prior. And we're like, yeah, we'll do the Harry Potter thing. And damn, I want to get back because the Star Wars land wasn't there. They just had a couple of sections down there, and that was kind of it. And you could see where they had it all closed off to do the updates. And we're like, oh, we got to get in for that one more time. But I don't. It does. It gets so sticky and I was going through a lot. I hadn't had my one hip done yet, so it was a lot of pain pills and stuff. But I mean, having to do a lot of walking through the park, and we went the last week of summer, which the Americans, you guys go a week early back to school, so it was like it was still busy, but it wasn't quite as busy because I hate walking around and just going like, I don't want people touching me and whatever. So that's why I don't go to as many conventions anymore now too, because they did become so mainstream where, you know, we felt probably early on in our either collecting or being geeks or collectors or whatever that you had to talk about it in small circles because you get made fun of. And now if you play probably pro hockey, you're probably the one who's getting made fun of more than guys like us now. So
reversed, hasn't it? It really has. You're exactly right. And that's the thing. Sometimes conventions play on that too. Hence the prices of some things. You're like, whoa, out of it. You know, selling T-shirts at $50 and that kind of, hang on a minute. So,
absolutely. What do you got here? Hardly get snow. Yeah, I wish we hardly ever got snow. I was gonna go and take some of my figures outside and take pictures of them. I know there's a few people in here that go crazy for that stuff, but
they do.
You know, when you get some nice clean white snow and it's like, I should dig out some troopers and put them in there and take a couple of pictures. But I mean, my picture game's so weak as it is. I'm like,
But some people that do it, the talent they've got. I mean, it's ridiculous. Instagram's great for that. You know, you look at I read five story designs. The people that are making the Kenner book, that they've done some awesome pictures. Done some great pictures, some amazing stuff.
Yeah, I wish I may have to get on that. I know the Kickstarter or whatever is done or whatnot, but I think maybe I might have. Just seeing some of the pictures in that was just like,
they're good lads. I wish them all the best. The nicest thing about them is that the two lads that got in touch with the community and you can tell the love that's gone into this book. It's just going to be unbelievable. And then when they sent us the pictures, the posters, did you see the posters that they sent?
No, I don't think so. No,
I'll show you. These are the exclusive posters, and they made them. But I'll just show you mine.
Yeah.
They did the Boba Fett one, which he hand painted, which I'll show you in a sec. But they did them right there.
Oh, okay, yeah. Damn.
So yeah, if you look at most, I mean, from Usual Mike to the Pally Boys, most of us we've all got different ones. Holo Chronicles, and then he painted this, which is, I didn't know he painted it, so he sent me the black and white sketches of it, and this is exclusive too. And I think they're sold out now, but I think you can still buy them on the website. But this is actually hand painted by Gianni himself, which is that.
Oh, okay. I saw that hanging. Yes. Good God, which one had it hanging up behind him?
Probably one of the Pally Boys or Brandon. Yes. So if you look at the toy community, what they did was everyone that supported the book and helped. But the thing is about it, I've got to be honest, that book is so. It's going to support itself. It's just amazing. It's a really nice thing that they've done. So I wish them all the best, both of them. Fantastic, lads.
No, absolutely. Yeah, that was kind of a late come across, I think, for that one for me to see that, but to go, Universal Collector. There we go. Thank you, Mike. Yes. Yeah. So I was gonna say the one that looks like he's sitting in the bathroom.
He's a good lad, isn't he?
Yeah, I love it. I love his Flynn hat. That is rad. So that is super, super good. I can't wait to see what they're gonna do for Tron 3, even though it's got Jared Leto attached. I'm not sure about that, but
excuse me, sorry. I'll just put my light back on.
Oh man. Well, I'm gonna show a few bits off really quick.
Yeah,
guys.
please.
Oh, good Lord Almighty! So this is from David C. and he's in here. I know David's in here. So sent this big old box. So David C's been 3D printing the crap out of stuff for a while. Plus, he sent a whole bunch of stuff to make me fat. So, so again, I was commenting about how many different flavors of Oreos that you guys have in the States. Like they pretty much have a flavor for any, you know, like there could be steak and kidney pie flavored Oreos for all I know. I don't know, but so yeah, so we got some golden Oreos, and we do have golden Oreos up here in Canada. And I haven't had a golden Oreo in since about this morning, but so they're crazy. Mr. B also sent a package, and I tried to record the video and something happened to it, but they both sent some carrot cake. Wow, these ones are insane. The icing is it's like having a double stuff. So I've got 2 bags of these to work through between the two.
Yeah, I'm a sod for biscuits. If I start biscuits, they're gone. I can't put them away. That's it. They'll be finished.
Oh, so bad. And he sent some tasty cakes. So like it's tasty just cake. Yeah, little ones. And then there was some shortbreads. Crap. I can't think what it was because they were in a box, but and lemon, I don't know what the hell they were called. David C, if I know he's here, so he may mention it at some point. But holy jumping. And then these things to go on weird candy names. So cowtails.
Cowtails.
And these are caramels with some white stuff in, and you're supposed to take them out of the wrapper, heat them in the microwave for about 3 seconds, and they get all gooey. Interesting.
Yeah, I'll try. That's from the States.
Yeah.
Cowtails. Right, I'll try them myself.
Yeah. So, Lorna Dunes. Okay, that was it. Lorna Dunes shortbread. I don't like a lot of shortbread, but they were actually very nice and light. So, very
the shortbread in Scotland, I mean, we get it from down there, and listen, once you've tried it from there, there's nowhere else.
Yeah, I've never been. I don't know if it's just either the butter or just the, I don't know. Some of them are very heavy, like very super heavy. So, we got a card, and yes, David, I will say, your handwriting is atrocious, and that's okay because you write all over the place. We're down and we're over, and I could read most of it. There was a couple of words that I was just like, I have no idea and he admits that his handwriting is absolutely horrible. So let's see. The stuff is packed with care. I will say he packed the crap out of this box. Thanks for everything you and your channel have done for me. I work in a field where no one likes to, and then that's where I lose myself a little bit. So basically he's happy that he was welcomed with open arms into the community, which absolutely exactly right. Yeah. I agree. A bunch of sweets and cakes and things I made with my printers. Some of it's carpet candy, but let's see, it's enjoy trying to make for 6-inch figures, which what would normally come with Hot Toys or whichever, and then a list of everything that's on the back. So it's quite a few things. So I actually unpacked it because he holy jumping bubble wrap and cotton batting and you name it, he went crazy. So he 3D printed me up,
wow,
the throne, Boba Fett's throne, I guess now.
Look at that.
Which is very, very cool. I'm not sure if the pillow is supposed to go on the throne there or whatever. That's where I put it. But so I've got
6-inch figures as well for 6-inch.
Yes, this will scale for 6-inch. So
that is amazing.
Right up above my head, right here. Another David in the chat. He made that throne pad for Jabba. So now it's going to be a timeshare between Boba Fett and Jabba the Hutt now, because I'm going to have to take some pictures with this sucker on there. So we got that, which is absolutely incredible. He made this little table, and this is ingenious. I love this thing. So a little tea light. We'll put the bottom in here, and then we'll put the little lampshade back on.
No way.
So little little bar table, and then he printed 4 of these little bar stools to go around little stools to go around that table. And then he did some benches
So it's the cantina he's made. Look at that.
Yeah,
That is
exactly.
unbelievable.
Yeah.
Talent.
So he did those ones. He did another set of benches that he did some painting on, made them look like they're a little bit worn, some little marks and what have you. So those are great. And then we got 2 boxes of stuff still. And then we'll just get rid of that box.
Way.
Yeah, he's printed a bunch, multiple things, so I can send some of this to some people as well. So, and I hate to say it, my son made fun of me, but I'm like, the one piece that I thought was absolutely the most incredible thing was this crap. Can you get that? We'll get that in a second. So, and then he did me a little salacious crumb.
Yeah.
So that was the one picture that I put it. Where'd you put it? There we go. So yeah, it was a little pot. Oh, Jesus, Murphy, I just got the dropsies. So he did a little, just a little pot. My son's like, really? That's what you think's the coolest thing? And I'm just like, I don't know. It's got to be like, it's just, I don't know how to 3D print anything. So
no. Listen, it still takes a talent to do. Yeah, that's amazing.
Good Lord, my aunt can do it. Nobody's business. So, and then he did a little cloth bag.
Wow.
And then another little cloth bag there with some little pin insignias on it, which is just insane. Little collar for Chewbacca with the little spikes on it for, I guess, when he was the prisoner in Return of the Jedi.
Oh, yeah, Return of the Jedi. Yeah. That's awesome as well, yeah.
Yeah, and he did a couple of the Camtonos there, and it opens up.
See, now why that didn't come with the actual figure is beyond me. It came in the vintage. But...
Absolutely. The vintage one, that totally makes sense. The fact that they didn't do it for the 6-inch was like missed opportunity, guy. So he did a couple of those, different various stages of painting on those. And then he sent a ton of unpainted. So if people, so he did some of the Beskar spears. So this one's painted all up silver, but he sent me look at these.
Unbelievable.
So a bunch of those, a bunch of these heavy vibro blades, and then little vibro knives here as well. And then he's got like little stacks of Beskar. And then these little, you can't, I'm going to lose these things here. So the little pucks, the bounty pucks from the Mandalorian, he did itty bitty ones like that, like busy guy. He's working on thousands. Good Lord. I got to highlight that. Thank you very much. That's awesome. So that
is unbelievable
on some of them. So here's the heavy vibro blade. He did paint it up, so with some yellow and some black. So he did a few of those, a few of the knives, and then he did 2 of these, and these are insane. So it looks like from episode 3, Count Dooku holding the Death Star plans when they had that little control thing with that little. So this is the Death Star, the hologram of the Death Star.
I remember that. It actually came with a figure as well, the actual. Do you remember?
Yeah.
And look at that.
Yeah, the smaller one. So so this is 6-inch scale. So he did that, and then he printed off some like explosion effects to go on some of the things. So you got the red.
That is amazing.
The red one there, one for the ground. Explosion, one to go on a lightsaber, another one to go on as well.
Wow.
Just, man, I tell you, like the 3D printing guy. Oh, and then a little bit out. And then he did a few of the scopes, the rangefinder scopes that Mandalorian uses every once in a while for checking his range. Just a little.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, stuff I would have never thought of. So
that's the thing. The Chewbacca collar, especially, I'd never thought of that.
No. So now,
Papa, I'm just going to be 1 second. I'm just going to turn my light back on. I want to be a sec.
No worries. So David, that's you've got, man. I tell you, I just unpacking this stuff yesterday just to get it ready for the just for the box, but I am speechless. I am absolutely speechless. Between fattening me up for the winter time, that's insane. But David, I tell you, I swear to God, like this, I don't know how difficult it was to print off something like this, but
the light's super cool. Yeah.
I have no words. Like I have, Mr. B sent me this. This is his the 3D printed blurb. So I got this a few weeks ago. This Mr. B sent this one to me. This was like a first generation print. He did the painting and stuff on there, but like unbelievable nowadays that you're able to print stuff off, things that we want that Hasbro won't give us. But like this is,
well, look at the paint job on it too, Papa. That's unbelievable.
There you go, Mr. B. Yes, man, you did wow. That so good. So yeah, he did all the paint on there. He was the one who did my custom Papa Gord figure with the head sculpt and
wow.
Yeah, that one right. Yeah, so he did.
Oh, yeah.
The head, the glasses. He hollowed out the helmet, so the helmet actually goes on my head, and I just, it's so hard. Like I have a lot of words most of the time, like yourself. But I just
sometimes you just get stuck, don't you? It's like I've done it a few times where you just. My last video where I included your Tuscan radio, I was like, what can you say? Sometimes there aren't the words, are they? It's just amazing. Wow, that's unbelievable.
Yeah, that was just, just massive. So I can't wait now because I was like, oh, this is great. I've almost got my shelves where I want them so I can do my update video. And then David's like, boom, here you go.
There you go. Yeah.
All right. And then I've got a guy working on a custom piece to go on that's going to take up pretty well a whole shelf. And then I've had another guy reach out and he's starting to make some pieces or whatever. And I'm like, hey, just because you even think about wanting to send something in, thank you. Like, I don't care if you think it's crap. It's a million times more than, I've never even attempted. So again, like that Java pad that David made me, that was my very first piece. And it's still one of my absolute favorite pieces in my collection. Mm-hmm. And some of these guys are just like, oh yeah, well, it didn't take, that much to do, or it took me a little bit or whatever, but it's like more than I could have done. So
I agree 100%. Sometimes the letters are the nicest thing as well. They send the toys or they send the merchandise. But sometimes a handwritten letter to me, I keep all my letters up there and they mean the world to me,
Yeah. Thrawn looks after mine. I got them in an envelope. Yeah. I'd love to be able to put them into a frame at some point in time, or because you put them in a book and then a book gets closed up and it goes on the shelf, and then either you got to think about it, whereas I've got room to get a big frame and to do layers and just to have, because that's just, again, like when I sent Mike the first box, or when I harassed Mike for so long about, are you going to get a PO box, or are you like, come on, and he's like, why does this weird Canadian guy want to send me anything? But I enjoyed the content. I still enjoy his content. I don't comment nearly as much just because more people know who I am now, and I don't want to take away from his streams and for his stuff now. So everybody, oh, Papa Gord's in this. And it's like, I'm just a little guy who has a lot of fun, who loves meeting, yourselves, the other Pally boys. We got Apprentice Ewok coming next week. The fact that Robo has agreed from the Fwoosh to be on in a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Like,
I love that guy. I've watched him a long time. But even Brandon's an awesome lad. He really is. Apprentice Ewoks, he's different to me, like Vintage Toy Rush, for example, because they're more calm, and then you get a Shabby video. Do you know what I mean? So Brandon's going to be great next week. Yeah.
Well, and I joked with him too, and I said, well, I wanted to invite you on, one, so you could actually talk, because those guys. And he definitely doesn't seem the type to jump right in there and get in. He's more, I think he likes just to kind of sit back and listen to what's going on. So I'm like, I'll put you right up there for sure, man. Like, I can easily take a break and shut up for a few minutes and, whatever. Because again, it doesn't matter if you live half an hour down the street from me, or you're in another country, or on the other side of the world, or whatever. Like, I think that stuff's all really interesting. I wish I had a map so I could start, tacking where people are from and just go, this guy, this guy, So
it's the comments for me, I remember about a month ago, I thought, I'm just going to go through the comments. And then when you see, like, you've got Mike Cass in there, you've got Bosk's Bounty, you've got Usual Mike, you've got Pat, you're like, wow, all these people I've watched for so long now are commenting on my small YouTube channel.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's the one that really hits home for me. But sometimes, like, you know what it's like. Sometimes you can't think of something to do, or you're not in the mood, and all it takes is a comment to bring you back up, and to make you feel fantastic. So this community is awesome.
Oh yeah, without a doubt, Yeah. Like, I don't know. There's some days again that what are we talking about? Can't wait. Oh, there. Oh yeah, okay. Brandon is here. I thought he was here. That's right.
Yeah, Brandon's awesome. I love Brandon, and I just found 1,000th Ghost as well. I just subscribed to his channel tonight. So again, I love that.
Yeah, I'll have to check that one for sure as well. So again, it's interesting to see again that, like, I don't know, here, we'll take this guy, that I can have my thoughts of this. You can have your thoughts on this, which could be completely different. And Brandon could, whatever, we could have 75 to a million different thoughts on this guy. And it could come down to one slight little difference for each person to either really like this figure or really hate this figure. And just to see the different ways that people can talk about this figure is what hooks me onto certain channels.
That's exactly right. Before this, we did, I don't know whether you watched I was on the Pallet Boys just before I came on to yours, Papa God. And we had a talk about The Last Jedi. But there was 8 of us on it, and we had a talk. And that's the thing. No one was arguing. No, we all had completely different things to say. Some of us liked it, some of us hated, some of them was in between. But everybody had the talk without anybody falling out. And everyone was like, that's the way it should be. I fell down that line. I came out of that movie and I did not like it. And but you fall down that rabbit hole of, we hate it. I hate it. But I could never. So to find a group of lads, either with toys or with films, that you can have an actual talk to in a debate, that's awesome,
Oh yeah, completely. I was watching a little bit. I was going back and forth because the family were sitting playing a few card games or whatever, and I was like, "Oh man, the guys are on," and I'm kind of curious on what's going on or whatever. But I've wanted to pull up and to do a discussion on episode 8, which eventually I will. I think I'm going to go through all the films because I've had a few people that kind of have come into the chat and are like, well, so what are we talking about? And it's like, what? There's nothing. It's like, I don't technically ever have an agenda. This is just kind of, hey, did you find something today? Did you not get anything today? What kind of cereal did you have for breakfast? Like,
we do on ours. Yeah,
exactly. It's not always about, what we didn't find in the stores or, and not every day do we get awesome mail packages from people just saying, we love what you're doing. Hopefully this can help you out a little bit or pay it forward. And maybe you might come across something to pass along to somebody, who knows, but,
I did it today. I went to, Ollie's. I don't know whether you have Ollie's or not in Canada, but
we don't.
This was a $50 book that came out last year. $50. $8.99.
Yeah.
Still sales.
Stores like that up here, so
well, that's the thing. A couple of lads got in touch. Oh, Shabby, will you get me one? Of course I will. So if anyone wants one, I'll try and grab one for you. But that's the thing. I mean, it weighs a bit, so the post is going to be. Yes, I understand exactly what you mean. There's been so many people out there. Gary in Texas sent me Roboto, and he sent me Zodak because I couldn't. And he said, "I'm in Target now, Shabby. They're right here. I'll send them to you." Because and that's the thing. It's without this community, I don't think any of our, especially in this day and age where you can't find anything. It's amazing. It's baffling. It takes my breath away sometimes. It really.
100%. Like again, right? There's not a whole lot coming in, and I'm not really, again, like I would have said the G.I. Joe is really the only thing right now that I'm like, oh, Zartan and the Cobra Trooper. But again, I know I have them on pre-order, so I don't have to constantly refresh all the groups I belong to go, oh, did Walmart or Toys R Us get them in stock right now because maybe I can get them early. Like, I don't have to worry about any of that. But then at the same time, it's just like, Jesus, I really flooded the market, my channel, the first year, that there were days that I was putting out 4 videos, for God's sakes, on one day, because I'm like, well, I got like hundreds of figures. I need to get the reviews, not thinking longevity down the road, that it doesn't matter. Like, if I wanted to go and pull up the very first Black Series figure and start talking about, you know, the Anakin Skywalker all over again or something, because I'd like to go back and revisit, I think, some of the older figures that maybe I might have been either too harsh on or that I praised really well. That do they still hold up today, or are they more, you know, like episode 7 Jin? They're not, or not Jin, Rey, the very first Rey figure. Not a great figure, more porcelain doll looking or whatever. And but you know, to go from that figure to the one that she's in for episode 8 or 9.
Ridiculous, isn't it, the upgrade? Well, that's when you can see it. Oakhurst just made a video of him. He put all 7 of them together. And you see, well, the funniest thing is, though, Papa, at the time when that first Rey came out, we were like, oh, look, this is amazing. It's only recent, you know, when we've got more to compare that one with, we're like, oh, it's not as good. But at the time, it was awesome. So he's a nice gentleman, too. He's really nice. I was talking to him on Instagram. What a nice bloke he is. You've got a lovely community, my friend. I'm glad you invited me on. I've really enjoyed it. Thank you so much.
Oh, hey, I'm glad you don't get talked out very easily, because like I said, we've done my streams on Sundays. We've gone 4 hours, and the guys always joke, because some days I'm like, yeah, we're on the 2 hours. You can hear the scratch starting to show up in the voice a little bit. And I'm like, yeah, I think I may be done for the night. And then somebody will drop some little nugget, and then the next thing you know, I'll look and go, oh shit, it's 3 hours now. Like, where did that last hour go? Okay, guys, I'm gonna shut it down. And then, oh hell, 10 more minutes and we're at the 4 hour mark. So let's just keep going. Like, it's just ridiculous on, like,
because it's talking to your friends, isn't it, Papa? That's what it is. It's just like being in a room talking to your mates. That's the way I look at it, you know.
Yeah. And with Brian, honestly, we become, you know, I would think very good friends over the internet or whatever. And you know, he wants to, I'm hoping somehow I'm able to save some money to get down to Celebration, since it's been pushed back, because he's like, oh, you got to come out, and he's out close to San Jose. And I'm like, oh, that would be, you know, that would be fantastic. But you know, I just financially don't know if it's going to work. And it would be awesome because, again, Uncle Mike's out there and a few other guys, and I that would be something I'd have to do on my own. I don't think I could go with all the family, because I would just, to try to get the time in, because I've video streamed with Mike a few times, just personally, back and forth, and with Brian as well. But Brian, he's the one who sent me on this path with the exclusives. He would, oh, do you have this? No, I don't. Nope, no, I don't. Nope, no, I don't. The Kenner Boba Fett came from him. Like all of them except for, I think, a couple of pieces were from Brian. And it was like, what do you need?
Does Brian have a channel, Papa, or is he just one of the lads?
He's just one of those guys. He's a member of the 501st out that way. So he's an actual stormtrooper, and you know, he's got his Instagram, and he posts up some pictures and stuff like that or whatever. But he's just, you know, he's a great guy who just, again, and he's, even some of the other subscribers in the channel, he's jumped out and he's helped a few guys out and gals out here as well, that if he's come across something and, hey, I got an extra one of these or whatever, we teamed up, like he and Mike teamed up and bought me my Cody, my hot toy, my very first hot toy for my
people. I know. So we have two like that. I mean, Scuba Pete and John Baldy, the first two names that ring a bell. They don't have their own channels, but the collections are unbelievable. But they help everybody out. You know, they'll always be on a live stream if you want them to be. They'll send you stuff. You know, some people are just so genuine, aren't they? It's ridiculous.
100%. Like I still go back and my wife will still say, Really? They just sent that to you for nothing?
Our Jenny's the same way. She's like, "What's the catch?" And I'm like, "There isn't one." Do you know what I mean? I know. It's it's. Mm-hmm.
Oh, let's see. David, my friend Paul's working on the third.
Oh yeah, so the pictures of that, John.
Yeah. Well, David, who did all this 3D print, he's working on doing a Toto, because I have the convention exclusive Cad Bane with Toto, but that's one of those ones that I'm like, I have regular Cad Bane. Do I, should I open that for just the Toto one? Same with the armor, that deluxe armor. Or do I need to open her just to have the cool heating up effect?
Extra pieces, yeah.
I think I'm okay with what she has, and then guys come along with bits and pieces of 3D printed things that I'm like, well, I don't need to open up.
Look at that, what you've just shown. It's unbelievable. Do you know what I mean? The detail in it, the work that's gone into it, the paint job on it, absolutely amazing.
Like, I can't even think any other pieces in here. Like the I don't. It's just tremendous. Like, oh, the Goopa, you heading out, my friend? Oops, it's jumped on me. Thank you, sir. Absolutely appreciate you being out here as well again. So, well, that was the thing with some of these damn exclusives again, with being up in Canada, and when we've talked on the channel before, you look at the exchange rates and the shipping rates and stuff like that, and you see down in the States where, say, a Black Series figure is typically $20. So in Canada, it'll be $30 plus tax. And or you see guys that make awesome shelf risers that look like chunks of brick or whatever, or you get other different bits, or like there's some great guys out there who do some fantastic work. Uncle Mike's added a few pieces into his collection as of late, and I go and I look at their stuff, and then you're like, oh man, is it worth the money? Yeah, sure, it's worth the money, but then you look at converting it to Canadian, then you look at the shipping, and then you're like, so for a $50 thing is going to be about 70 in Canadian, and you throw another 30 or 40 in Canadian on top of that, and then I'm all for supporting little guys and stuff like that, but I mean, I'm still a little guy as it is. Like, it's not like, I can not have a job and I can just do this.
Well, you're exactly right. I sent Mark and Universal Collector a couple of bags from Dollar Tree about 2 years ago. They did that retro bag. I mean, last year, the Star Wars retro bag, and they loved them. And I knew they want, but it cost me $30 to send two $2 bags. $30. And there's it's like this book I was showing you. I would love to send the lads that. I've got stuff here for them, but the price rate, it's all right from England to America because of the exchange rate. And now America, and especially after Brexit, and the money just shot up. It costs us an absolute fortune, Papa, to send stuff to England. It's ridiculous. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to just get one box, put everything in there for everybody, and then they can get it from that person I send it to. It's a lot easier.
No, that's a good idea, because I've sent stuff since I've had this. I've sent stuff to Australia, because Usual Mike, he won one of my draws at one point, but then there's Linda, who's in the chat, and she's done a couple of custom figures for me and sent me those Australian snacks or whatever. And so there was a couple figures she couldn't find, some of those 4 Walmart figures, so she could only get 2 out of the 4. And I was like, well, I've got the other 2, so I'll send them out. But you're sitting on pins and needles, because going from Canada to Australia was like 7 weeks or something to get in the post it, and it's like, oh my god, like, what happens if they lose it? Because it's not like I can go to the store and just grab another few off the shelf and let's try it again, and then the different pricing for forking out is just crazy. So you don't want tracking, okay, that might be $15, but you want tracking, that'll be $75.
I know, it's like,
why?
I don't know where they get these prices from. It's like that. I actually put those bags in an envelope. It was light as a feather, and she went 14. It was 14 something each, and I thought, really? I said, really? And then I thought, well, should I put them both together, Matt? And she said, no. It's just right, okay. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. No, it's. I
mean, it's crazy, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, it's. I don't know. It's crazy. Like, I did those I don't know if you saw. So I had all these stupid hard candies, right? So I did them in a video. Ugh. So these were really cheap. I got these in the States, but they were like $4 for a tin. So I got 4 different kinds, and then they don't ship to Canada. So I had to get them shipped to TK in San Jose, from Seattle to San Jose. And then Brian sent them from San Jose up here. And I think he expedited it a little bit. So these were pretty expensive candies just to put in a 10-minute video. And I'm like, oh, brutal.
I know. And it's funny that as well, because it's like the lads, I could have sent them a $50 bag by the time, to get my money's worth out of the packaging, if you will. But it'll change.
No. Without a doubt. It's, I don't know. It's to see even the Australians like Linda, Usual Mike, Darth Rock. I mean, I know between Australia and New Zealand area and stuff, and to see again how early some stuff drops out there, and then we see nothing here. Or States, you guys just all of a sudden it's like boom. The fact that you can find Bo-Katan right now, and you can find Asajj, and you can get the Bad Batch figures, and so we're sitting up in Canada going, oh, what? And the same with everybody else. It's like, why do they like? Because there's no universal release, which I think would be a bit of a positive thing to have as well. I mean, movies back in the day when there were video stores, there were street dates. You'd get the product sent to you maybe a few days early, but you would get so fined. And the stores were so stressed about, and they were not like a cheap little fine, like, oh, that's $100 because you put Forrest Gump on the shelf a day before it should have been out. It was like thousands of dollars if you got caught. And they had a lot of guys that were out there that were making sure that you weren't breaking street date or trying to make a few bucks on the side. So,
well, you remember that you walk into these retail, the video events, and there was hundreds of them, rows after, especially new releases. So you could always get that. This is the part that baffles you. It's like, I don't want to repeat myself, but what we're talking about with these Fan First Fridays, how you can sit there for an hour and a half telling us how great everything is, how fantastic everything is, these figures that are coming in, and yet there's no product that you're selling on the store shelves. Now, I understand about COVID, like I've said before, but again, you walk around the other and everybody else's is there. Everybody else's is fully stocked. Do you know what I mean? So that's something that upsets me about our toy collecting, is because it takes the fun out of it. You know what I mean? When I watch these Fan First series, I want to sit there and know, I will guarantee I'm going to get these figures and I'm going to get them at retail price, but never happens. I can't remember the last time it has happened. So that's why the community is so important, because like you said, there is going to be places that, it's like me, for example, a month ago, I walk into a Walmart here and they had every one of those exclusive online vintage collection figures, the Padme, the Diana, and Papa, I'm not exaggerating, there's about 50 of them. It's like they got everybody else's Walmart and put it in that one Walmart. I took a picture of it and I sent it to Banther School so they could have a look at it. They were literally all over the place. I mean, and it was always the same 4 figures, the TIE Fighter, Anakin, but then you other places like, this should be an online exclusive, and you're like, what is going on? Like the Asajj Ventress, and you're already seeing it now. Some people have it. Some people are probably going to wait 6 or 7 months before they even acknowledge that it's there. But Chronicles went to a place in Seattle, in Washington, and it's a big Star Wars shop there. And the Black Series, they were had every Black Series you could think of, all the Ahsokas. Now they were selling them at $50 each, which is pricey. But when I was talking to Andy at All the Chronicles, I thought, how is this guy got this many? So obviously he's bought them from Hasbro, yet your big retail shops, they don't have any of them. I don't know. I just can't work it out.
100%. Oh, yeah, definitely. Awesome. Yeah, I'll make sure. Well, I'll be working again Tuesday. I'm off tomorrow because my daughter actually had to get a COVID test done. And my wife and I both work in the school board set. So they've changed the rules now that if anybody's got enough symptoms that tick enough boxes for school problems, you have to go get a COVID test. And it doesn't matter if I'm fine. There's nothing wrong with me. But they're like, well, somebody in your household. So guess what? They have to get it done. And you can't come back to work until they get a negative test. So it's like, oh, great. I'd like to have the extra day off. But at the same time, I would prefer to be at work. Yeah. So, and then her test we might know before I have to actually go to work tomorrow. So it's going to be one of those really cutting it close type of things. Like I have to start work at 3, but my boss wants to hear from me by 1:30 if I've heard back from from the testing facility, what's going on there. And it's just like, oh,
I know what you mean. It's been, I mean, my kids haven't been at school since last March. So this month it'll be a year since they've been at school. Now the 3 older ones, look, they're smart, they look after themselves, and they're doing well at the remote learning. But my 8-year-old has autism, and he was starting his first year, and he was starting to get into it and the rhythm of it, and you know, away from home. And we were worried because obviously we've always had him here. And then this happens, and I thought, oh, it's throwing everything up, you know.
Oh yeah, for sure. My son, this is grade 9 for him this year, so it's his first year of high school, and he's also and some people may know, some of the Canadians, some of the Americans may know too. So he's a member of the Burlington Team Tour Band. So it's a big giant marching band.
Right.
And they go all over the world and perform like the Rose Bowl, or they go to Myrtle Beach every March break to perform or whatever. And so last March break was supposed to be his first final go away, no parents, no little sister, no nothing. He's an adult, whatever. He's off on his first music trip. But then that was 2 days before is when, you know, we're getting into some of these, there's this COVID-19. What is this or whatever? So they canceled his trip, but we were still booked in Myrtle Beach. And we're like, oh, you know what? The 4 of us will still go down. So we left Friday afternoon, got into Myrtle Beach Saturday afternoon. So, you know, we stopped overnight in, I think, West Virginia or Virginia or something like that, and then made the rest of the trek in. And then all I did is I just sat like this and just stared at the TV and was just fixed on what's going on. Holy crap, whatever. So then Tuesday morning, 8:00, we had the car loaded up. So we stayed like 2 days, and we were in I don't even remember the hotel we were in, but I know they all went down and used the pool and everything. So the next day they convinced me, because I don't go in the pools or any of that stuff or whatever, but they're like, oh, come on down. It's not too busy early in the morning. So we went down there. We were the only 4 people in there, and we were there for almost 2 hours. Nobody else was down there. And it was a Sunday, and we're like, where the hell is everybody? And then you'd look at the parking lot, less and less cars every single day. And we're like, no, that's it. We're going to bail. We're going to go home. So, I mean, he lost out on that trip. He didn't have his grade 8 graduation. You know, he goes to school right now. If things are fine, he goes Monday, Wednesday, every other Friday for 2 hours. He's home by like 11 in the morning. And then he gets his lunch, and then he does his other 3 classes online. Yeah. And that's it. So because tomorrow is an in-class day for him, but his sister had a test, he can't go to school tomorrow. So he's just going to be like,
baffling, isn't it? It's absolutely baffling. I lived in London for a long, long time, but I lived right in the centre of London. From my window, you could see straight into Sherlock Holmes' house. I lived on the corner of Blandford and Baker Street, and the next block is Oxford Street. So I was bang straight in the centre of it. One of my friends who are still in touch with sent me a picture of what London looks like, and it's like a go. And where we are, it's the same as Times Square. It's constantly busy, and it was so quiet. It's funny, isn't it, how the world has changed? But I just go along with it, Papa. You know, you're getting a lot of people that are falling out over it, mass this, that. I just go with the flow and just, you know, I don't want any drama. Just get it done, see what happens.
Yeah. Oh no. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm trying not to go out. I'm trying to be part of the solution instead of the problem. Like, unless I physically have to go to either get groceries or pick up a prescription, or I guess even go to the post office to drop off a parcel or something. But
yeah,
like this weekend, I had to go to the post office, like to the drugstore, which has the postal service there. That was the only thing I did all weekend. I was tempted to go into Walmart yesterday because the new Transformer Red Line, the Bumblebee RC and Cheetor, I've dropped them here, and I just wanted to physically see them in hand. So I was like, maybe should I go? But I'm not going to see anything. And like I said, I went in and I went into a Walmart on Friday. So I'm like, do I need to go again on Saturday to a different one? And there's more people, and I get more irritated because they don't follow the arrows on which way directional you're supposed to be walking through the store.
Yeah, Walmart today was packed.
Oh, they just curse and swear. Yeah, I've had people threaten to kick my head in multiple times because I'm just like, Yep. You know what? Where things aren't going to get any better if you can't follow. You know, that arrow is a direction, right? So if it's pointing this way, you shouldn't be coming towards me or whatever. And they're like, you want your fucking head kicked in? I'm like, not.
It's like the thing about the mask situation. You know, whether what your stance on COVID is and what your stance isn't on COVID is none of my concern. We're all different. But when you're going somewhere and two people who don't know each other are arguing over a mask, I'm like, you know, you could easily have just simplified this by putting a mask on. It's, you know, it's not hurting anybody, whether you like to, and that's why I do it. You know, whether I'm a firm believer of it or not, it's just to keep the peace. People are full, but I can also understand why everyone's getting agitated now. You know, this has gone on for a long time. You know, it's nearly a year. And remember, everyone was telling us all be gone by the summer, and then it's all be gone by Christmas. And you know, it's hard on families. It's hard on people working. It's, you know, people are suffering. So that's the thing. I look at it more like that than I would cause trouble with it. I'd rather just stick with what we're doing, get it over and done with, move on.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Without a doubt. It would be, you know, like as much as, you know, miss toy shows, miss conventions, miss going to movies, like just, you know, and just to be able to have the break, not to say I love my family.
Yeah.
I don't need them around 100%.
Mate, I could not agree with you more. My kids have, like I said, every day. And don't get me wrong, it's nice having them here, but every day, and the noise, because my kids range from 16 to 8, so there's always noise. Do you see what I mean? So sometimes you need a break. I understand exactly what you mean.
Yeah. Yeah. So I like, again, if I try to come down to the basement, we kind of, it's a hit and miss. My daughter's pretty well, for being 9.
Yeah.
She's very, leave me alone. I can do my own thing. She doesn't come out of her room all that much or whatever, but I mean, she'll go up, but it'll just usually be me and my son down here. And, you know, he'll be on the PS5, and I'm just, as long as he's not gaming with his buddies, because he's like, you're so loud when you're on your, and I'm like, it's my live stream time. It's the same days all the time. I do it late on Wednesdays. You guys are asleep. Sunday's the only day I can start it a bit early, and I can catch, because it's a Sunday. So most, I won't say everybody, most people have the weekends off. If you're a restaurant guy, I'm sorry, Monday and Tuesday will be your Saturday and Sunday, because that was my Saturday and Sunday for decades. So
well, what times do you usually do though? Because I know we've spoken about you, and obviously, you know, I would say my audience, or the people that know me, is half and half, and all the English, I'd say we'd love to watch Papa, but the fact of the matter is when you start, it's like 2 o'clock in the morning for them. Do you see what I mean?
Well, exactly, and that's so difficult with, again, with the guys that are over in the UK, or you know, like Usual Mike or Linda or whatever. I mean, you and I, it's great because it's the same time for you as it is for me, which is good. Yeah. And Fwoosh, he's Arkansas, so he would actually be just an hour early. You know, when Mike came on with me, Uncle Mike, I mean, okay, he's California, so he's 3 hours earlier.
Well,
so
that's not that much, 3 hours. That's all right. Yeah, but it's like Usual Mike. Usual Mike will have his live stream on, and I've actually caught, the only one I've caught where I've actually gone onto his live stream is his late one. He does it, and it's like 5:30 in the morning.
Yes.
You know, my wife will go, "What are you doing?" Oh, I'm on a live stream at 5:30 in the morning. You know.
No, like it's not so bad if I can sneak down 2 levels and nobody hears me. But there was one stream I was doing. It was just me, and it was like a 4-hour one. And I guess there must be a vent pretty close to me. So you get the basement, I think I'm right underneath the dining room, and then above the dining room is our bedroom. So she actually sent me a message. It was like, are you going to shut up? It's like 2 o'clock in the morning. When are you going to stop? And I was like, oh shit, it's been 4 hours. Okay, guys. Yeah, I think I better stop now. And then that was it, and went upstairs, and she's like, oh my God, what could you, and I'm like, we talked from everything on favorite jelly bean flavors to God knows whatever else. So I'm like, trust me, it's not always, it doesn't have to just be Star Wars. I mean, it
happens. I mean, someone brings something up, don't they? You start to wind down, and then someone will go boom, and then and then you go into that. So I understand what you mean. And the funniest thing is, I'm one of those people, probably like yourself, I get louder the more excited I get. Do you know what I mean? So
I mean, but seeing, like, especially coming across like yourself and the Pally Boys, like it was great, because I would hear again, and it was just terminology that I would hear from all the British crap that I would watch all the time. So I'm like, I know what they're talking about. Or, oh yeah, there's what? You're just getting stuff. Okay. And it was just like, oh man, I could appreciate this. And then a couple guys were like, well, you should try to get on. And I'm like, yeah,
I'm so glad you did come on. We loved having you on. We really did.
Yeah, no, it was great. And it worked great with my schedule when schools were still shut down, because my schedule was so different. So I'm like, oh, this is awesome. I've got time that I can, I can do this or whatever. And then now that my schedule went back to normal, I'm like, oh, this sucks, because you guys go on at 3:00 in the afternoon, and that's right when I start work. And I was like,
yeah, we're starting to do two now. We're doing one on a Wednesday, one on a Sunday, where we're doing it at 11:00 in England. So some of the lads are staying up late, but they said it's because of that. They want to get the American and the Australians and Canadians, everybody else involved. So now it's called After Dark, basically, which is Wednesday and Sunday, which is awesome. And it's great for me. The only problem with that, though, Papa, 6:00 in the afternoon. So it's dinner time. So I'm like, oh, you know what I mean? So but listen, sometimes it's only twice a week.
Well, absolutely. Yeah, no, and that was good, because like I said, normally we don't usually sit around and play a lot of card games together or whatever, because it's just, the kids get a little, like the older one's got ADHD, my daughter's got ADD, and then you get kind of a bit of my OCD. So I just want to kind of sit there and kind of play and I'm just like, I'm just ready to choke them out. It's like, you know what? Can we just play a normal round without you trying to one up the other one? Or, oh, look at this, I can collect sevens better than you. It's like, oh, good God Almighty, how long? Oh, it's almost time. Let's just get this round done so I can move on, and just like, oh, and yeah, normally Sundays I'm just like, I need to be down in my space. I need to whatever. Where tonight it was like 10-2, and I'm like, okay, we got to get this done. We got to wrap up this game. I got to get downstairs. I'm like, Shabby could be in the lobby right now. I don't really know what's going on. And, I need to get my lights on and make sure I got my setup going and whatever else, and turn something. And I just like, oh, like I like my routine. And if my routine changes, I just get so stressed. Yeah. Or if something doesn't work when I'm recording something, then again, I get really, really, like that blooper reel I put out. That was just me just getting like 60, it was over 60 takes just to get the beginning right. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm just almost ready not to record the stupid video ever right now.
Oh, but doing my editing. I'll make a video, and then I realize when I'm watching it back and editing it, I haven't turned my mic on. I'm like, oh no, or the camera's shaking, or the and I think, forget it, just keep it on. I can't be bothered.
Oh, exactly. So yeah, thank you, David. I know them. You know what? I was like, I'm a very conservative person most of the time. And this is again very weird for me to almost open up my home to tonight. I think we hit just over 40 viewers, which for me, that is you guys get some crazy numbers on some of the Pallyboy streams. And so, I think 40, that almost was, I think, I don't know what my high is, maybe almost 50, I think, when Mike was on, I think possibly, but I think when
that's what happens when we share each other and we go on each other's streams. We bring people with us. I've seen a few names in it like that from the Palace, which to me means the world to me. But now we know who Papa Gord is. Do you see what I mean? And that's what we love at the Palace. Like today, we had Salacious One on it. We had Sean Solo 8 on. And it's nice that everyone meets each. I went on Brandon's Apprentice Ewoks this morning. Yeah, and I got about I've subbed to 3 new people from his. It's nice to do this sort of thing so you can meet and make the community even bigger, and everybody knows everybody then, which is to me, this is exactly what. There's no competition in my eyes. No, everyone's exactly the same. We all love the same thing. Do you know what I mean? So I love it.
Story of my life. Oh, Prophet, you're heading out. Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Your chats made me feel dead welcome, so I appreciate it.
This is great. I get bigger numbers than the What's on Joe's Mind podcast live stream. I don't know what that is, but that's cool. I don't mind. Again, like I love seeing if I can. Like I did this past week. I did like 2 absolutely last minute streams. I was just kind of sitting around. I didn't have anything really that I felt like talking about or reviewing, and I'm like, I'm not quite tired enough for bed yet. the hell with it. I'll go on. And yeah, I might have only hit maybe 13 or 14 people. And then of course, when I'm getting ready to stop the stream, that's when the numbers start going up and up and up and more people come out. I'm like, sorry guys, I'm finished for the night or whatever. Like, oh, really? But then some days I'm kind of thinking, do I stream too much? Some days I think maybe I do, but at the same time, I just like to chat with people. And if there's nothing new to talk about, like I don't really want to keep going, back and go, oh, here, look, there's the new Stormtrooper again. Yes, I still.
That's what I didn't want to do. I agree. You made a good point before that. You said you'd like to go back to the old Black series and kind of re-reviewing them and so forth. Yeah. That's what I didn't want to do. I didn't want to be one of those channels that shows the latest and greatest thing, because I didn't want to get upset or pissed off if I could not find that thing.
Yes.
Do you see what I mean? So I didn't want to think, oh, I'm going to let people down if I haven't got it. So I'm all for what you do. Collections is what I'm interested in, not the latest and greatest. It's nice. No. If I want the latest and greatest, I watch Usual Mike. I mean, he'll show me the news. He'll show me what he's got.
Absolutely.
But apart from that, I just love people's collections.
Yeah, I don't think I could do hats off to Mike as much. Absolutely, because sometimes when we have a big announcement with some of the Black Series or a vintage, whichever, like if it happens to be one of those Friday events or whatever, I know I did one the last time, or because we haven't really had any Black Series news for a while or whatever, but that's normally something I don't bother, because that's such a window specific. You need to get it there, because if you're looking for the views and you're looking to be the one to crack and get the response to it, I was at work when the live stream was going on, and I was like, I won't get home till 8. Then I'll have to come home. I'll have to record a video. I'll have to pull pictures. I'll have to get it all edited. So it's going to take me probably 2 hours to get that up. And does it make sense to drop a video at 10 or 10:30 at night? I drop my videos whenever they're done. I don't have a specific time. And I get crap. There's a couple of guys that are always like, oh, well, you should drop it between this time and this time, from Monday to Thursday, and then Friday, Saturday, this time. And I'm like, for me, it doesn't really matter, because it's not like I consistently get 1,000 views per video. Like if I get a couple hundred, that seems to be my average. And maybe something catches somebody's eyes, but like with Usual Mike, like holy crap. And he's got a job on top of that. So to sit there and
it always makes me laugh, Papa, that Hasbro have never sent Usual Mike anything, considering that Usual Mike has probably sold more Hasbro products than Hasbro have. Do you see what I mean? And that's what always makes me laugh. I know there was a thing about him doing the leaks on it and all that, but he gives us all Hasbro news. And without Mike, I don't think I'd know half the stuff that came out. You know what I mean? So the way they haven't acknowledged Usual Mike for what he is and what he does will always baffle me, because I think he's one of the best people for Hasbro,
Yeah. Well, between him and Mike and Mike Kings, they're both 15,000 plus subscribers per channel, and I'm not discounting guys like Super Sorrel. I think I watch a little bit of his stuff or whatever, but he gets the any of that freebie stuff, or I think there was that one box of Mandalorian thing or whatever, a really nice, I don't know, whatever it was recently that some people got, and it was a Star Wars collector box or whatnot. And
I remember that. Yeah.
Right. So Usual Mike, nothing. Mike Case, nothing. Super Sorrel, he got one. A few other guys got them. It's just like, okay, so some other guys got them. They've got less subscribers than the Mikes. So how does that work? Like and I know Mike brought it up when he was on with you guys, about the fact that I get emails from some of the thing, and I got this Danielle emails me every time, Marvel Legends and Star Wars, and sometimes I get it right before the announcement, sometimes I get it as the announcement happens, and sometimes I get it. Well, I always get it, but it gives me all of the glamour shots that they put up, so I don't have to sit there and Google search every single picture if I want to do a news video. But again, it's just that one spot that I need to, like if you don't hit it right, then you don't, like I got lucky with the The Mandalorian, like the speeder bike, right? The Mandalorian speeder bike, because we got it early in Canada. So I got well over 1,000 views on that. Now I put out, I don't know, whatever one of the more recent ones, even the Commander Cody for archive, and I did him with Thrawn. So it was like 10 minutes. I'm like, okay, you can be in and out of this. You get to hear about 2 figure repaints, and then what? And then I got maybe 200 views on it. It's like, what? Well, and again,
it's funny, isn't it? So funny.
Yeah, it's just
it's all the advertising Mike Case has done for Black Series. It's just, I think I've watched practically every one of his Black Series videos, and especially being an inbox collector, I watch Mike's and see what they look like outside the box, what they do. I know how Kira's gun works because of a Mike Case video, that kind of thing. And so for them not to acknowledge him, it's not my channel, it's nothing to do with me, but you'd think. All you got to do is watch 1 or 2 usual Mike videos or 1 or 2 Mike Case videos to see what they do for Hasbro. And that's the part that baffles me.
I just I don't understand how it works. I mean, I feel very blessed to know guys like that, and to say awesome, I sold off my original Thrawn, red box Thrawn. Some guy came picked him up today because I was like, I have him in the deluxe set, so I still have that original figure. And now I have, you can't see him here, and now I have the updated face one. So I don't need just the single one. And maybe there's a guy like yourself who's trying to fill his red and black, whatever. I asked, I think what I would have paid for him retail. I sold him for $35.
Yeah.
Guy messaged me, yep, I'll come get it. And then we were talking about something because he's like, well, is there anything else you're selling? I'm like, no. And I was explaining to him why I was letting this one go and whatever and stuff like that. And he's like, yeah, he goes, I'm getting frustrated with Black Series. I do collect quite a bit of Star Wars or whatever. And, I try to keep up on things. And, thank goodness, Usual Mike. And he brings up Usual Mike. And he's like, oh, okay. I'm like, I know him. And he's like, how do you know? I'm like, I said, I have a YouTube channel as well. And so, yeah, I said he put me on his channel because I was this crazy Canadian guy that opened up a really expensive Boba Fett figure. And he's like, I think I might have heard about that. So I'm like, well, this is what my channel is called. So I think he was going to go home and take a look. And I don't know, maybe I have a new subscriber today. I don't know.
Amazing,
I didn't know what my numbers were like, but
that's the thing about Usual Mike. He comes on the Palibos and he'll spend 2 hours talking to us. And, and this is the guy that, he looks at the Pally Boys, and that's when you know what a genuine nice bloke this guy is. I've always loved him. And he'll come on, and then after the Pally Boys is finished, he'll sit and talk to us for an hour, and he'll tell us little things here and there. And he's amazing. He really is. That Throne, by the way, I never picked up the archive one because I have the. But is there much difference? Because I like the original red and black one. I think the face is fine on that, to be honest.
It looks. It's the eyebrow. It's the one eyebrow that does it for me. Hopefully I don't knock any more people off the shelf. There we go. We got them because they're not so thick. Like, I don't know. He's so shiny, and I don't know if these lights suck so bad around here. But he's almost got like the rocks, like the And the photo reel does come off pretty good on here. Yes, I'm not complaining at all about the original one because, it was just a red dot with a black dot in there. But I sold all my original Rebels. Yeah, I got the re-released one, so it's kind of like, well, I guess I'm gonna have to get the. And then once I saw some pictures of the close up on the face, I was sold on it. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna have to get that one. So I went from saying I was only gonna get 3 out of the 4, and I went 4 for 4. So
yeah, I like him. Andy at Holochronicle sent me a couple of them, and Nick sent me Podcast of the Wills. He found the Cody for me and sent me that again. Sold it at retail price, which is unbelievable. These lads for that, fantastic. Paul's Collectibles is another one. Paul's Collectibles sent me so much black. It's his wife. His wife must have this magical power when she walks into a Walmart or Target because she finds everything. Like, how did you find that? His missus for that is unbelievable. Yeah, and she doesn't even collect.
That's usually, I think that's kind of how it works, right? It's you always have these guys that are like, oh yeah, I can't find squat, and then all of a sudden they'll have a post up going, loved my wife or loved my girlfriend because
Yeah.
you know, walking out with a big stack going, look what she found, 85 figures I couldn't find. I go like,
Yeah.
what?
See, our Jen's fantastic. You've seen Jen on my videos. I've been married to my wife for 18 years, and she's put up with this, or you know, she's not a collector, but she understands what it means to me, and so she's awesome with it. You know, it's like that's why I introduced her onto the videos, is because she don't know what she's so funny, you know, when she comes on and tries to explain it and how you know what she thinks of it. But her support has been fantastic. I mean, she doesn't. I'll sit there and I'll talk to her about something, and you can see it on her face, Papa. She's like, "Yeah, well, all right, whatever." You know, not bothered at all. I'm telling her, you know, like, oh, Thrawn's eyebrow goes up, like she cares. Do you know what I mean? But she sits and listens. She's a good girl for that.
Yeah. I mean, you know, with my wife, she was one who suggested that we maybe talk to my son. I'm like, it's our house, so if I want this space, I'll take the space. But my son flooded our main floor bathroom, that's what led to getting the basement repainted, because it went through the floor, through the finished ceiling, through one of the light fixtures, all over the sectional couch in the basement. So the whole couch was garbage. Had to have a guy come in, cut the ceiling open, check for mold. And then we're like, well, if all this is being done, I don't have the patience to paint all the because the baseboard was a different color. The walls were orange. It was like a peach color.
I remember the orange. Yeah.
Oh my God, it was so bad. And we put up with it for like a decade, even longer. And I'm like, it's time. We need to do something about it. So I pulled everything off the walls. These guys plugged everything, got the walls prepped for paint, had somebody else come in, and within 2 days, this was it. And then that's when we were looking at and going, well, what are we going to do? I'm like, my little orange shelf is so full, I can't grab a figure from the back without knocking down 100 other figures. And, you know, the cat would walk by and even just meow at them, and then the whole bottom would just. So I was almost at the point of wanting to rebox everything and just put everything away and just say the hell with it. Like, what's the point? I can't keep my stuff nice. All I keep doing is adding more floating shelves wherever I've got wall space, and I'm just putting so many holes in the wall. And then now I've got 2 posters up and like a few other little things, but I've used all those command strips and a few other little here's and there's, but just to be able to fit, you know, 5 sets of shelves in here, and I'm already feeling that things are starting to get a little tight. But to go from that one shelf to that, and you know, I've got some Funkos over on one old spot or whatever. But again, once Carter's old enough and he moves on to whatever he's going to do in life, then I can't see that us moving out of this space, because housing prices are just ridiculous, and we can't afford to live in the town if we sell the house that we have right now. So we're into it till we retire and the kids are gone, and then we move into a condo or something. I don't know, but if he goes, then the possibilities are endless of what I can do with the space down here. So I'm looking forward to that day. But then I know that these shelves are readily available, and I can put up another display somewhere else, and then maybe I start slowing down on the Star Wars stuff a little bit, and then maybe I can get into some more of the Masters.
It's just, I wouldn't, Papa. It's just nice because you said before about a gentleman who watches your channel. It gets frustrating. Sometimes you're like, you know, it's all right looking on Amazon on pre-orders and blah blah blah, but you want to, you know, we're old school boys. You want to go out there looking for this stuff, finding this stuff. You know, it's like I said, I've picked up so much stuff from being like the Robbie the Robot, this thing I found in Walmart. I loved it, but I would never bought that online. Do you know, I saw it in the shop and they had the Forbidden Planet package, and I thought that's all. So I'm one of those people, and I thought I don't want to get discouraged with Black Series. I don't want to get to a point where I'm so fed up with never finding anything or the prices people want for him. So I moved on to something else, and it's been refreshing, to be honest, because it means now I can, you know, instead of being upset about one thing, I can enjoy another thing. So.
Yeah, no, that was great. When I saw you with that, I was like, oh, I would have totally I've in my collection, I've got a little Tron collection with a few Tron figures, but I've got the smaller metal cars. I've got 2 of the Fast and the Furious cars.
Right.
I'm not ashamed to say that it's mindless entertainment.
Cool,
I
that's
think
all it is, yeah.
they've gotten more ridiculous as the franchise has gone along, but I really like the very first film quite a bit, and I like the cars and whatever. So I've got a couple of them there. It stands out. It's a little weird. Like, really? Like, you're full of Star Wars. You got some Transformers. There's Tron. Okay, I can see how this all, and then all of a sudden it's like boom.
Yeah. But I like that. I like that. I mean, in my corner right here, I've got an old school Pee Wee Herman doll. Anyway, I've just always liked little things here and there.
Yeah.
But I think that's the thing. I mean, for these lads that focus on one thing and one thing only, that's perfect. But sometimes, like I said, being a toy collector, you'll see certain things that just they'll hit you, and you'll think, I've got to have it. I've got to have that. I like Marvel Legends. I don't collect Marvel Legends, but that Silver Surfer looks so cool, like New Walgreens on. So
it does, yeah.
Yeah.
Like I've got a few, like I've got like a handful of Legends, but I mean they're ones that either I got a really like I've got that Venom Pool Build-A-Figure, so it's big Deadpool that's venomized with the big tongue. He's got the big swords coming out. It's the most ridiculous looking thing. I have no context in it, and I've said it before, but it's just so cool. I'm like, I have to have. And then some of the 2-packs with like Korg and the Grandmaster and Hela with Scourge and Luis and Ghost from Ant-Man 2, all those, which were $60 sets when they came out. EB Games was blowing them out for $14.99. So it was less than the price of half of one figure. So I'm like, I'll buy those. And then the kids were like, can we have some? So I'm like, I'm going to keep this one, this one, this one. So Carter took 2. My daughter took Hela because she's got a small little collection of some figures or whatever. She's got the new She-Ra figure. I don't think that looks anything like her, but whatever. That's one of the weirder looking ones. But, so she'll still do whatever. And it's so kind of neat to see her out there. She'll have like her Jyn Erso with She-Ra hanging out with. I think she's got like a Black Cat Marvel Legends or something. So she doesn't care. She's like, the women are doing it for themselves and whatever.
That's what it's all about. I mean, how many times my Star Wars figures drove the Thunder Tank when I was a kid? Do you know what I mean? It's little things like that. But the funniest thing is, it's like, going back to what we said at the start of this live stream when I said to you about the G.I. Joe, I would have loved to have got into that this year, the 6-inch, because I'm a novice in this line, a person who, from afar has admired these toys, and I thought, right, I can get. And to find none of them, I just thought the last thing I need is the stress of getting another Hasbro product I can't find. So I'm glad I didn't do it, to be honest. I'm glad
Yeah, it's rough. I got lucky. Clone Command, I think he might still be in here. He found the Viper.
Wow.
For me, thank God. So I got that for retail and I paid for the shipping. And then Brian, TK, out of nowhere, just a box showed up. Didn't say anything was even showing up here.
Yeah.
What the hell is this? Open it up. And he got Firefly for me. I was just like,
wow. This is what I mean. These lads, man, it's just unbelievable. The only thing I would get into, Papa, if he started to get his mask. You see, I'm so tempted. I've been watching Reynolds reviews videos on me, just starting to get him. And Super Awesome Geek Show, it's been in the chat tonight. He has one of the best channels for toys ever. I mean, he's like the Yoda of toy collecting, that boy. He knows everything. And I've always thought, should I get back into the vintage? And I thought, no, I better not, because I'm going to be spending and I'm going to be searching. So I always wondered if that line will come back. I just think this is a great opportunity for Mask to come back. I really do. I'd love to see Mask again.
Leave it the same size. You know what? You want to maybe
exactly the same.
Yeah, it doesn't. You know what? They got to have the molds somewhere. Like, come on, you can't tell me they were just. Well, then again, who knows? In the '80s, they were just like, oh, what?
Well, it's a kind of mold, and Hasbro bought all the molds. If they can bring back the retro collection from Star Wars figures, which was 10 years before Masks came out, I'm sure they've got the patents and the molds for them. But I just think it worked really, and I don't think. That's one of the toy lines. It's like they're Masters of the Universe. I'm happy that they kept them roughly, what they are, but they upgraded it a bit. I don't think Mask needs upgraded. I think if you look at the design and the way they were, I think they'd sell just as good now.
Yeah, I know you brought it up quite a bit because I think we had the same. So the little green motorcycle with the
Condor,
guy in
my
the yellow,
favorite.
right? So that was my first mask vehicle I ever had. That was probably the last one I ever had. I think that one, I don't know why that one stood in with me the most or whatever, but yeah, I would love it. I that's where I've been looking at mask stuff because of watching the damn Pally Boy streams lately. And there's a couple that are for sale. There's that 57 Chevy that pops up.
I remember it's like the turquoise looking one.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
somebody's got one for sale pretty close to here, but it's missing the top. It doesn't have the figure or the mask, and he doesn't want a lot for it. I might still just jump on it just for the sake of having a piece in here. So because I saw the Rhino, somebody had the full Rhino out of box, but he had the box for it, and the box looked, holy Jesus, man! It looked like it just came off the bloody assembly line. But I think he had almost like a $500 price tag.
Yeah, John has a great story for that. John said what he does is he buys incomplete ones because they're so much cheaper than makes one out of the incomplete ones he's bought. So, which is a great idea to do. But yeah, I'm thinking if I ever did get one, I'd get that Condor vintage. But I don't think I'd go down that line again. But new wise, I'd definitely buy.
Yeah, no, it would be good. That would be a really. I would have no problems because Mask was always kind of
super cool.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say it was always. I mean, I think I had a majority. I never had Boulder Mountain. I never had the play set.
Right.
And I don't think I had Rhino, but I think I had a majority. I don't think there's many that I was missing. And so that was something, again, I'd look a little bit here. Like I said, watching you guys, especially with some of the vintage and like the original Star Wars collectors, I have been tempted to try to go back and maybe jump on and try to get the original 12 just to, and I don't care so much about the condition or, complete would be okay. Or even if I had to get some repro lightsabers or I'm the
same way. I've got every vintage Star Wars figure except I think there's 4 left I need. That's it. And most of them I've had since I was a kid. And the vehicles you'll see up there, there's the Millennium Falcon up there.
Yes.
Complete. And so I've always been interested, and I did a video on my Ewok village, but that needs a couple of pieces here and there. But my pop-up R2-D2, the last 17 R2, was missing its lightsaber. So I bought a repo to put in it. It's on my display, and it's perfect. I'm not paying $170 for a piece of plastic paper that big. It just my wife would bury me. You know what I mean? There's just no way it would happen. But I'm all for things like that. For for collectors who have it for their own, listen, I know everyone talks about, well, if they pass it on and so on, but I don't think many people do. I think a lot of people buy repo for their own collection, for their own enjoyment. So I have no issue with it. I never have had 3D printing, repros. I'm all for it. I've always been a person that admires people's collections, however you collect. I don't care if you've got a shelf with 2 figures on it or you've got a room like Steve Sand's suite. Do you know what I mean? It's as long as you enjoy what you do, that's the most important thing.
Oh no, definitely. Like that guy who bought my Thrawn today, he was like, "Hey, you got a couple minutes?" And he's showing me all of the different parts of his collection, and he was showing me the original 12. And actually, I think he was saying that most of them were his when he was a kid. He just kept, and his Vader, 100% complete, still had that stupid extra smaller, thinner
telescoping.
still on. I was like, "Are you?" And then he showed me his farm boy Luke Skywalker. Same thing, 100% complete. Still had that extra tip on the yellow lightsaber blade. I was like, "That is crazy." He's like, "Oh yeah, come here, look at this, look at this, look at this." And he's like, "So you collect?" And I was looking again, Black Series. Oh, you got? I'm like, I'm pretty well caught up. I said, again, there's one figure I need, and not counting the Tusken Raider because I'll have that one back again, which is no big deal. But I said it's the Celebration X-wing pilot Luke Skywalker on the shiny cart. I said that's the only one.
Matt's got it. Universal Collector's got it. Yeah, I know what you mean.
So this guy's like, we've got 3 of them, and my son is thinking he may want to sell it to put money towards his house. And I was like, oh, as soon as you're talking about selling something to put money towards the house, I'm like, you may have already outpriced me right there. Because yes, I know they're worth a good buck, but I mean, again, I've got pilot Luke Skywalker. Do I really need him again just on a shiny card? And that means I'm going to have to spend the money on getting I got to get some of those figure shield protectors because I'd like to do my credit collection, and then I've got like 4 other figures on card, so I'd like to put them in a figure box. But but at the same time, I'm like, we'll just dull it down a little bit. But I was like, oh, okay, well, save my email, and I might be interested in maybe taking one of your Luke Skywalker. So, but like, I don't need it.
But that's the thing. It's like I said before, when you're on a budget and you've got enough money, the last thing I want to do is spend that type of money on one thing when I can get loads of stuff for that type of money. That's why I don't really, even though I've got a lot of vintage, I don't really collect it anymore because it's just, it's not out of my price range. That's not the case. It's just that I always have in the back of my head, well, I could buy this and this and this for the same price as one, So
yeah, and I've been getting more to that. Like when I was going to filling in gaps in my collection, going, okay, I won't readily look for, let's say like the crappy Poe Dameron figures or some of the Finn figures, which were a little lackluster. And I know I can go to a toy show and I can probably get them for well under retail because guys are probably just looking to get rid of. So then I'd be looking ahead on some of the websites going, okay, so there's a toy show coming up in 4 months from now. So yeah, there's not a lot coming out right now. So maybe toss a couple of bucks aside for that 4 month away show. And then I would go in and then I'd come home with bags, but then I was only paying, like, there was one guy who was selling off tons of Black Series new in box, and there were $5 and $10 a figure. So I came home with literally like 10 or 12 figures at one convention. And like I'd spent maybe $100 on 12 or 14 of them. And I was like, that's the way to do it. Because then if you look at my original Cody, I probably spent $80 or $85. And he wasn't out of box. I got him with box, but he was already well loved before I even got him. And I was like, $85. I was like, ooh. So, but I needed him, so I paid it. So
that's the thing. I mean, it's like I said, these take a long time to get this 112 line going on. It's just patience sometimes. But I refused at the time, Papa. I refused to spend that type of money because I thought one day, like the Tusken Raider, someone genuinely put that towards my collection. That means more to me than any type of money. Some of the other lads have given me like a 000 for the same price, the retail price, not $60, $70. So patience pays off, and getting more people in this community to help you out, you can finish anything basically. So
absolutely, absolutely, 100% for sure. Sent somebody double. Really? Holy crap! That would have been a nice one because I still can't believe that R2, the value on that one, and even the 40th. Mine's the 40th one that I got. I couldn't find an orange box.
Ridiculous, isn't it?
Version. But
that's what makes me laugh. You look at that Han Solo orange black box. It came with 2 holsters, came with 2 guns, came with 2 extra, and this and that. Yet now, this is $30 for. That's what's known as a deluxe. Three accessories.
$30. $30 for you. That was like a $45 figure for me.
But I mean, how's that? It's a great figure. Don't get me wrong, but how is it a deluxe figure? Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? The way they do stuff now.
Yeah. Oh no, and then now you can get that stupid Jar Jar without the shield and without the Booma. That's going to be on the stupid friggin' Phantom Menace card. Honestly, if I would have known that was going to happen, I would have got that one, and I wouldn't have bothered getting that one because I don't. When you say Jar Jar Binks, and regardless of what kind of a joke people think of him, I'm not the biggest Jar Jar Binks fan. I can't really stand the character, but I would have I don't think of him holding a shield with a spear or with the Booma stick. I think of him more with the stupid tongue hanging out of his mouth. He should have come with a thumbs up thing when he got his brain zapped when they were fixing the stupid speeder, right? I would have, like the pod racer. I was like, oh, my tongue's numb, and had him with a tongue out and a thumbs up. I'm like, that's how I remember Jar Jar Binks for me. Not, I'm a klutz and I accidentally destroyed some droids and crap in the battle, but good.
I mean, it was a figure I knew I was going to get because I collect the Black Series, but it's that figure I was like, oh, I can't wait to get. I mean, it's a nice figure, but I don't know. Out of all the new ones that are coming out, which ones you're looking forward to the most?
The Bo-Katan for sure. The Boba Fett, absolutely that Boba Fett.
Yeah.
The Asajj looks really good. I have her coming. So
Yeah.
Mr. B, he's probably long out of the chat now. He's found most of that wave already. And so he sent her up. So I'm like, oh, awesome, great. So I think she just went in the mail the other day.
Yeah.
Bad Batch, I don't know. I mean, I will say I'm a bad Star Wars fan because I haven't gone through all of the Clone Wars. I've caught a little here and there. I had a friend give me a list of the way I should watch or what episodes I should watch. If you don't want to watch all 7 seasons, watch these ones per season, and you'll have a general understanding. So I'm like, yeah, okay, sure, no problem. And I watched all of the last season. I'm like, oh, that was really good. Rebels, same thing. I haven't watched all of the Rebels. I don't understand. There's a lot of stuff I'm just like, why is he blind now? Or how come he's got this or whatever? And my son just looks at me. He's like, and you're a star. And I'm like, I'm original Star Wars fan. I'm not all this other branch out, but the Bad Batch stuff, I don't know if it's the animation style and I just don't like the looks. So I think those guys, I think they look good, but I think I'll never pose them without the helmets are just going to stay on for those. Like my Ezra, I hate that face sculpt. That is probably the worst, in my opinion, for myself, one of the worst face sculpts in the Black Series. It doesn't.
Yeah, that was a new Photoshop version, wasn't it? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
I just don't think it fits. It didn't fit with the old Rebels crew. I don't think it fits with the new version.
Animated.
I don't know. So I just leave that stupid.
I agree with that actually, because he said it's Photoshop, but you Photoshop of who? Do you know what I mean?
That was my biggest complaint. Like, it's a cartoon, so why are you making a photo reel? Like, like that Jaina Solo. I love that figure. It's one of my favorite figures of all time. But at the same time, she's so good, but she's not a real person, but she looks like she could be.
That smirk she's got though, it's like that Han Solo smirk they gave her. She's number 2 on my all-time list. I just think a gorgeous girl with a purple lights, a DL-44 and a black X-Wing outfit. You're like, this is why we collect,
But now they've scaled back, right? Like they're just saying that you can't give you as much, but they're charging more. But then they've changed the packaging to be more eco-friendly. So what are we paying for the eco? But how come we're not getting extra hands? Why aren't we getting Jedi robes with all of our Jedi?
Well, you look at Hasbro. I mean, you look at Power Rangers. You look at Marvel Legends. They come in with stands. They come in with accessories. And you're like, this is the same company. Do you know what I mean? Sometimes it's baffling.
Oh, no, without a doubt. But yeah, so I think probably the females. So Bo and Asajj and Fett definitely are the ones that we know that are coming out for sure. Those are probably my top 3. I mean, I know there's rumors going around about a new version of Episode 3 Obi-Wan, which, absolutely, Obi-Wan's one of my favorite characters. So they need to do a full upgrade on that damn figure because that one is horrible.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that,
the Clone Commander Obi-Wan, if you put the Clone Commander Obi-Wan's face on it, now that would look, I mean, that's a beautiful figure. That's a beautiful.
It's definitely better. Without a doubt, it's better. I mean, you could probably buy the Episode 2 Obi-Wan Kenobi and just pop the head and see if it kind of works in place or whatever, because they're not bad. I'm still pissed about the Episode 2 Anakin. I think that whole wave was just a.
Well, it's mostly redone figures, different heads, wasn't it? Kit Fisto was, Obi-Wan was, Anakin was,
yeah. And then the fact that they left out the cloth, that little piece of fabric, they didn't leave it on the figure. So I went and I bought a second archive Anakin, pulled him in half just for that stupid little piece of fabric, and I was like, "There's a $30, and I think I paid $35 for the figure because, they were starting to go up in price, right? So. Because I saw the Fwoosh do it. He's like, oh, something doesn't look right. And then you see him, and then he heats up and does the whole bit. And I'm like, oh, I don't know if I'm prepared to pull a figure in half because I get nervous trying to fix. Like I fixed my my Princess Leia in her Bausch disguise because her kneecap was upside down. Stupid me not thinking. I heat the leg up and I'm over the sink pushing the pins out of her knee. And I don't have the drain plug in the drain, so one of the knee pins straight down the drain. I had to shut the water off, opened the drain up. Luckily, I found the pin. I'm like, what a rookie move that was. Like, how dumb are you to try doing this and you don't even think to close the sink off? So I was like, yep, I'm not doing that again. So so bad. But I don't know. How about yourself? What are you looking forward to?
Aurora Singh, definitely. I think Aurora Singh will make a great Ventress. I love Ventress. But I think Aurora Singh, man, the Bad Batch I like the look of, but I don't know that much about them yet. I'm not going to look at 4 episodes and I'll wait till the TV. I mean, listen, I'm going to buy them regardless, but I think Aurora Singh, and I'd like to know how they do, what was it, the droid from the Mandalorian, is it Q2? I'd like to see that one, how that one looks.
Right.
Remember the assassin droid from the heist where they're bringing him out as well?
So I guess that one is going to be one that we're going to see too, right? So yeah.
I mean, yeah, we're going to see that one. Bo-Katan is I ordered that straight away because the figure just looks awesome. Return of the Jedi, Boba Fett. Listen, if you collect these, that's the one. That's a no-brainer in it. Let's be honest. But yeah, the Aurora thing, I'm looking forward to. I like these that they're going into more of these side characters from the prequels, from the original. I think we need a few more aliens and stuff. I mean, Clone Wars is we've got enough clone troopers now, I think, for a while. Let's move on to someone else now, do you know? So, yeah, I'm looking forward to him. The Mandalorian line, I like the Mandalorian line. It's just, I don't know, the Quill, like I said, I was a bit disappointed with, to be honest. The Grief Cargo looks all right, but the Endor ones, Luke, Han, and Leia, they were the best figures to come out in a long time. They were beautiful, all 3 of them. Absolutely beautiful.
I do love the Leia. I think I would go Leia, Han, Luke, I think.
Yeah.
Just because the Luke is a complete reissue again, right? So it's just the head and then a poncho. So that part I was on the helmet or whatever, but to see like a full complete upgrade Leia figure, and then I know Han's like, half reuse or 3/4 reuse or whatever, but the fact that they tried to pull off doing a fabric trench coat, because I mean they could have easily just said hard plastic, make him a traffic cone. Although I mean, doing the trench coat look on Cad Bane, they pulled that look off really well because that's a gorgeous figure. So the Han,
sometimes they do,
yeah. I mean, the Han looks. I mean, they all look really good. I have not tried to take Luke or Leia's poncho off. If any, I put a little bit of blue tack on the back just to kind of keep the ponchos a little bit more tight. But I'm like, I just don't want to bother because I know I'll never get them on the way they went, and it'll just annoy me to no end. I'll just be like, oh, forget it. So I might have to buy another one. Like I said, I've got an extra Leia. So I'm like, I could open this one and just see what it's all about, but I don't need to do that. I'm just gonna, that's fine. But
I think the Leia out of all the photo swaps, she's the best one. Photo swaps. I mean, the Padme was good. The Padme was perfect, but the last few, the Hoth Leia, the Endor Leia, they're something else. So now we need them to redo original New Hope Leia, and that'd be perfect if they did that.
Yes. I will say, as much as I'm sick of seeing Luke's and Leia's, not so much Han's, because there's not like a whole slew of Han Solos out there. It's not like he's got a different outfit every 20 minutes of the films or whatever. But I mean, I would like to see Leia in that pinkish Cloud City outfit when they first landed on Cloud City. Her Ewok outfit or Endor, that would be another good one. They need to redo the Hutt Slayer figure for sure. And definitely a New Hope Leia. She needs, I mean, that 40th anniversary head sculpt is definitely an improvement over some of the versions of her, but it's still a very stern face for her. But I mean, and then Luke Skywalker, Mark Hamill has that face that you just can't get quite right.
No.
And people just need to realize
what was your favorite one? What's your favorite Luke figure that came out? The Jedi one for me, Walmart exclusive. It was perfect. But again, the face, it's the best face, but it's not brilliant.
No, it's not. It's definitely not brilliant. Yeah, I would say that's probably Jesus. That's probably a close second, but the Dagobah Luke, I think, is my favorite.
Dagobah Luke, right? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and of course I have both. I've got the deluxe one that came with Yoda, and then I had to buy the single version. And then when I bought the single version, I was thinking to myself, what's he missing? He's missing one accessory that he should have come, the deluxe one should have came with, and that's the belt. So I bought another Bespin Luke, and I took the belt off the Bespin Luke and I threw it on this one because he should have. He went into the cave wearing this. When they says your weapons, you do not need them, he still puts them on. So I'm like, he needs them.
He gives that look, doesn't he? He goes,
yep.
Wow.
Yep.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I like the Yoda in that style. The smaller Yoda's pretty cool. And I like the face on it.
They need to do, now that they've resized Yoda, they need to go and redo the astromechs. As much as I don't need another 15 astromech droids floating around my shelves, they need to scale them better. So, I mean, the Chopper is my favorite one out of the whole bunch.
Right.
But yeah, they need to redo they need to do the rescaling on that one for sure. Perfect. Yes, Jedi Howard. I know he had his jacket on, but this is him.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, that's a good point.
This is cutscene Luke Skywalker, so you didn't get to see this scene. It went on the cutting room floor. So yeah, but I was like, little things like that. But I would say he's probably my favorite Luke out of the whole batch right now. And then that beginning of Return of the Jedi Luke Skywalker, even though it is a reuse, but just having the whole cloak on there and then seeing people go ape shit for it now because he showed up at the end of the Mandalorian and that's the closest one. I'd love them to redo the body and give him butterfly joints, like that little bit of extra.
Well, exactly. The majority of Luke is holding that saber is in front of him with two hands. So exactly right. That makes sense.
That where he's not looking like he's gonna snap his lightsaber in half when you're trying to put the hands together. So there's that. I mean, I wish they would open things up to more critiques from the fans to Hasbro, instead of them just going, oh, we hear what you're saying. Obviously you're not, because it sounds like we all have the same problems with the figures. It's not like you're saying, oh, the blue lightsabers aren't quite blue enough, so you should fix that. Where I'm like, how come your Jedi don't all come with ponchos or cloaks, or why don't you do an accessory pack? We would all buy the accessory pack. Well,
they did it. I remember they did it for 5 POA. They've always done accessory packs for them. This isn't a new thing because everyone brings up the Phantom Menace, but Mark's got Darth Mark at Blue Harvest has got it actually in a graded case, the accessory pack from the 70s, 80s. So, I mean, they've always done it. And I remember as well, do you not remember the Legacy figures? They came with a little white locker, and in that white locker was guns and everything else in the 3 3/4 inch figures.
Yeah.
So I don't know why they don't do it anymore. But it's like every Jedi should come with a robe. Every one of them, and they don't do it. It's like one or two, and you think that's a bit daft, But what can you say?
Oh, absolutely. See, now everybody's starting to talk about the stream times. I don't know if Papa Gord's going for 4 because I can already hear my voice starting.
No, I am. I did a 2-hour stream before this. I've been on 5 hours tonight. But I've enjoyed it. Thank you so much for having me.
That was great.
Really enjoyed it.
I commented earlier saying this should be regular. I will have Shabby on in a heartbeat anytime.
I think you're a lovely guy. I knew I'd enjoy this, and your chats made me feel dead welcome, and you're just a nice bloke to talk to. That's one of the things that, like I said, I'm great at YouTube for, getting to know people like yourself. I love it to pieces. But we'll definitely have to have everyone else as well. You should get Mark on here too. Blue Harvest, he'd have a great time talking.
Mark was going to be next on my list to see if you wanted to do a Sunday, because out of nowhere, I was like, I had asked Robo a while ago, just before I hit 1,000. I sent him a message. Actually, I messaged him online while I was doing a stream so I wouldn't chicken out. So I sent it off. I heard from him a few days later, and he's like, yeah, let's try to get something worked out. And then I never heard from him. And then I was like, I just don't want to be that guy, because he's got over 100,000 subscribers. I'm this little dude with 1,000. And I messaged him again. He's like, yeah, let's get something in the books. So I picked a date, threw it at him. He's like, that works perfect. So I'm like, okay, so we'll book him. And then so I guess Sundays are going to be my guest spots. And then Wednesdays will just be the me spots. And hopefully I can add a third, because I mean, I do love doing the streaming a little bit more than doing reviews right now, but there's not anything to review right now. So, you know, if this is how I can kind of touch base with everybody right now, and then introduce guys that I'm interested in watching that maybe they haven't heard, because I know I've dropped your name a few times in here, and you know, same with you know, oh good Lord, Apprentice Ewok, and then definitely mentioning with the Pally Boys and stuff like that as well, and everything else. And you guys were great for plugging my channel to help get my numbers up over. So so I absolutely love to be able to return the favor. So again, guys, anybody in chat who hasn't checked out Shabby, you know what? You're gonna get a laugh. And I mean, you think I'm down to earth and pretty friggin' this guy right here, absolutely. I mean, like, smile for God's sake. So
I enjoy it. I mean, I just, that's what I mean. I didn't want to come into this dead serious. Okay, this is Black Series, and I wanted to have a laugh and a joke. And I would, like I say, I do my Shabby Dance Fridays on Twitter and on Instagram. I'm here for. If this isn't a hobby to me, I enjoy. I'll stop doing it. I just love doing it. You know, I don't take it seriously at all. It's great fun.
For sure. So I mean, guys, I'll let Shabby go so he can get some more tea for sure. So Gilster, Patreon for Shabby, absolutely. Jedi Howard, you subscribe. There we go. There's another one,
my friend. I really appreciate it, and thanks again. Honestly, I've had the time of my life. It's flown by. I can't believe we've done 3.5 hours. Flown by. Thank you so much.
It goes so bloody fast. I was like, man, hopefully he doesn't get burned out on the thing. Oh no, Pete, I'm gonna go for another 15. I'm gonna let Shabby go and take a break because he's been streaming pretty much all day. So we'll have him on again for sure. I'll probably join the Pally Boys again on another stream. So
you've got an open invitation to the Palace, and whenever you want me to come on, I'll gladly come on and talk to you. It's been an absolute pleasure for you and all the chat. Thanks for making me feel welcome. I appreciate it.
Awesome. Fantastic, guys. All right, Shabby, I'll kick you out, man. Thanks again, my friend. All right, cheers. All right. Boom. All right. And boom. And okay, Shabby, I don't know how to get you out. Oh, Shab. I think you can just hang up, Shabby. I don't know. So there we go. Awesome. Well, awesome, guys. I hope everybody, again, I know having a guest on here, I tend to not see a lot of comments, so I apologize for that. But Shabby's videos make me howl. So absolutely scratch each other's backs without a doubt. So yeah, no, it was fantastic. I mean, if you guys are game, let me just run up and grab a bottle of water. So chat amongst yourselves for a minute, and I will be right back. Okay. I am back. Oh no, I thought it was really good. Thanks, guys. I appreciate that. It was I've been looking forward to having Shabby on all week. So, and then I saw that the Pally Boys were streaming, so I had to go and take a check-in to see if he was streaming or not. So yeah, which he was. So I was like, oh boy, hope he doesn't get too tired. So hey, Hooter, again, how are you? So Stumbler, awesome to see you here and then gone and then here and then gone. So well, thank you, Simon. I had, you know what, that was fantastic. You know, this community's again, and not just figure wise, but to help get the channel monetized and whatever else. This community's been a huge help to me. and got me to where I wanted to be on my YouTube ventures. So, oh, hey, that's okay. I don't care if it's not Black Series related. That Firestar looks pretty cool. And if you got an Iceman and a Spider, yeah, you definitely amazing Spider-Man and his amazing friends. That's absolutely fantastic. So, I do not know Motu Joe. No, I don't. I'm still getting, honestly, and I hate to say it, but I have to kind of go through my subscriptions, and I think I need to change things up a little bit, because there's so many. I subscribe to so many people, and I just don't have time to watch everybody. But I do want to expand my my viewing horizons just a little bit. So I think Sleeping Collectibles, I caught a little bit of his stream just yesterday or something. He reached out, so maybe I might guest on that coming up. Oh, that is awesome. I don't know what's going on with mine. I still haven't heard from Walmart, so folks are great. We keep you in line. Well, you know what? It's like, David, dude, like, I know you're going to print some stuff, but holy crap. Like that is awesome. I can't, I'm going to have to take Jabba and all the little goo guys, the little guys off of there. I mean, I don't have a Dad Bob. Jesus, man, why is this such a difficult thing? I don't have the Dad Bod Boba, but I still having that just sit on the throne for some pictures. Like, oh, that is awesome. And like, so I got lots of I will say, David, like, that piece is fantastic. I absolutely love the Death Star, that holographic Death Star thing, man. That is, holy crap, just insane. Fantastic. And the effects, and just, yeah. So I do have some extra bits, guys, that I'm gonna try to do something with, because he was fantastic. David was fantastic enough to send so much. Like I said, there's, okay, I think that was the spear. You know, we got tons of unpainted spears. So if you don't follow David, put your Instagram in here. David's starting to post some of his stuff. So I just above and beyond. But now I have to get one of my Mandos. I'm gonna have to try. Yeah, that Death Star hologram is just frigging awesome. But yeah, there's one of the Mando spears, and again, the heavy vibro blades. I'm gonna do, honestly, guys, I think maybe this will be a membership subscriber video or something. But I think between that blurg, that Mr. B, and then even my custom figure and that custom Lucas Trooper, I think I might do like a little video just to show off. The hologram doesn't do anything. It's which I'm assuming I am absolutely right with. It's what Dooku. Yeah, I kind of figured, man. That's fantastic. So this is what Dooku does, holds. It's the Death Star plans he holds in episode 3. So that's the little display, the hologram display bit and then the ball. And then it's got the little indent where the dish would be and the whole bit. So this is, well, Shane, like I said, I'm going to try to figure something out. I'm going to figure something because there's so much. Like, I'm not going to go through. And like I said, like, you know, there's the little pucks, the bounty pucks. And I love the scopes. Like, I even forgot about that too, but he did the little scope that you see Mando looking like. Jesus, man. Oh, David, that's awesome. That is awesome. All right, Simon. Good to see you, my friend. Man, I wish I had, some 3D printed trooper helmets on some of those spears would be freaking awesome. So I may, I have to save a few, but I just, I'm at such a loss. I'll have to get a Chewbacca. I'll have to get out a Chewbacca and try the. So I'm gonna have to do something. But again, we finally got a Salacious to go and hang out with Jabba. But now, and like I said, I know it's stupid, but the pot is one of my favorite pieces out of the whole thing. So that's just crazy. You're gonna fall, aren't you? You stupid. But the pot is fantastic. But just, and the table. Oh, dude, that is, like I said, that table that's ingenious for a little tea light. And that, Dave, I just, Jesus. But no, you know what, David, I so appreciate. I know you were expressing your appreciation for, I guess, watching my stuff in the community and stuff. But again, it's just absolutely, Oh, the Salacious. I've been wanting one for so long. I was gonna go through one of the customizers or whatever, but this little piece was gonna run me like 60 Canadian or so, and I was like, for that I can't justify, and I mean, words can't describe again the time to print and I don't know, the whole process, and then to sit there and do the paint and whatever else. Put the frog in the pot. That would be good. So it's. I can always just have that pose right there. Just have it. But that is, oh my God, that's awesome. So awesome. And so many goodies. Oh, good Lord. No, Linda, I loved the I thought the Mando stuff, the Mando paint job was really cool. But I love the look of the Kit Fisto on the pilot body. Is really, really good. But I still think that those camouflaged. Oh, come on. I can't even pull the damn pictures up. There we go. Those camo version 2 clones are just fantastic. Makes me think of them on Kashyyyk. So I don't know if that's what you were kind of going for, but I think the Kit Fisto head on that's really cool looking. But no, I do like the Mando, that purple and red. My daughter would be like crazy for that stuff. So I don't know. Well, I don't know if Linda doesn't. I don't know how much she shares. Oh, just give me 1 second, guys. Okay, no, that's good. We're good. Yeah, the camo clones are are awesome. Oh, Adam, it's crazy. I said Stumbler's doing a my brain just doesn't from the sounds of things. Linda's on Instagram. So it's just she just doesn't share a lot of stuff. So that's up to her on how she feels about sharing some stuff off there. I think she should openly share, because I think, again, I love my custom that Linda. So Linda did this guy for me, which is pretty ironic that he's a flame trooper and he's pretty crispy, and his tanks are even got some heavy melting going on there. But this is just fantastic. Like, I would say this screams Mando if it wasn't First Order. Like, it's kind of got a remnant. It does have a bit of a remnant feel to it, and I just think it's just crazy. I do like the mold to begin with. This was, again, pretty funny that this was one of my first 3 figures, was the Flame Trooper, and Linda did. This is just awesome. Sorry, Linda. Didn't mean to throw you out there, but I do like your stuff for sure. And I just got to find a good place to put. So I guess I'm gonna have to revamp. I'm gonna have to revamp some more shelves again. Jesus, Murphy. Such a problem to have. I got more stuff I got to fit in rooms. And you know what? Like, anybody have a Gree? Gree is supposed to, I don't know if Gree's supposed to be coming back out again or not. So I haven't got an extra one, unfortunately, Simon. I hate to say. I wonder if I can get a Chewy. Damn, they're all blocked. I'd like to try putting the collar on. Yeah, I can't get to a Chewy without knocking over a bunch of guys, probably. Build a bigger house. Yeah, seriously. I think so, David. I think so. I want to say I think so. Yeah, absolutely crazy for sure. Yeah, that's I think a lot of people started off using Sharpies. So definitely. So now I'm gonna have to change up one of my Mandos and give him one of the Beskar spears. You know what? Let's get out one of these painted vibro blades and try it out in one of these guys' hands. Who we got? And who we got? We got a Thrawn right here. Oh, awesome, Linda. That's fantastic. Oh, Dork Side. All right. You pre-ordered him with Toy Snowman, but what's the but? Oops, let's get that in his hand. Yeah, like, oh, there. We got him holding it. All right, I can flip it around. Men in kilts. I know somebody mentioned Letterkenny, so I'm gonna call it a night. Mikey, I'm gonna, now I'm actually here. I got a tape measure, so I'm gonna measure up, and then I'll send you some measurements. I was trying to figure a good spot where I could move some figures, so I think I got some space over. I'm pointing that way you can't see where I'm pointing to. So, well, Simon, have you messaged Amir? I would just say message Amir, because it just may be something that he's waiting on. So, in Letterkenny. I gotcha. No, that's very west for me. So, but yeah, no, that's cool. I like the vibro blade. That one's cool. Let's try. You know what? We got to try one of the heavy vibro blades. And the effects are like Jesus, David. Seriously. Let's see if I can do this one. Yeah, like even doing Letterkenny isn't a real place. Yes. Oh, yes, you did. Build. Yeah, I should build a guest house for sure. Maybe a bit. No, I still think it looks. I think it looks pretty rad. That looks cool to me. So, yeah, I am pretty down with that. So I would just use Thrawn as our heavy infantry. Had a bigger hand. Yeah, no, I'll try it on him as well. There, we can. Yeah, with the that's just again, right? It's just the little things. It's just little itty bitty things like that makes people like me and you guys very happy. Like just subtle. Okay, maybe you can't advertise it right away because you don't want to spoil things. I get that, but you know what? The season's over, whatnot. Yeah, it's again, it's just a small little piece of it's just a little piece of plastic with some silver paint, some nice glossy paint. That's it. All right, Simon. And like I said, there is a bunch of them. So I will try to I would say if you know I can count them up, or maybe I don't even know. He was this one just says assorted. Well, I'll give a rough 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I don't know. There's almost close to 30, maybe. And then assorted other little bits and pieces here and there. So, I'm going to try to do something up with them. So, see, I'm watching WandaVision. I haven't seen the cut scene. I forgot. I gave up trying to watch the cut scene. So, yeah. Nope. Oh, Jesus, that's stuck in his hand. What the hell happened there? Come on. Let go. And we'll get rid of the tracking fob. And I know he doesn't wear his thing. Okay, Thrawn, you're giving up the spear. Oh, there we are. Yeah. Yeah, that looks good already. That's a nicer looking. That's awesome. I know his thing needs to be off, and should have his backpack on or whatever, but still, that looks freaking. Yeah. Oh, it is the one with them. Okay, all right. Ugh. Maybe I'll just pop this piece off. So yeah, no, that looks good. That looks good. I'm digging. So digging. That is awesome. So thanks. Thank you. So I will figure out some way to get some of these out to some people for sure. Again, I've got pins coming within, what's the date? 21st, in about a week, hopefully, give or take, with some more of my stickers. So I'm gonna try to figure something out. I'd almost say if people just wanted to send a self-stamped envelope or something, I have to come up with something to be able to kind of dig into a piece of cardboard and set. Yeah, I think so, well, yeah. So I think that needs to be just kind of sunk in so they don't break, because I don't trust the postal service. So again, I will try to figure something out, because David was so generous to do so many. I'd like to send some out to some people for sure. Linda did a Republic Commandos, the orange, just from Instagram. Place for a dark saber. Ooh. Here we go. We gotta look at some other bits. Sneaky. My eyes aren't all that good. Just trying to. Okay. Oh, dang, man. Yep. Oh, that is rad. Okay, so that's going to give me something else to have to try to post. Opening a carbonized Bulbot. Nice. But David, holy Jesus, that's crazy. That's yeah. Fantastic. That's just, it's not a good enough word, I don't think, but that's just that is just absolutely cool. Am I missing? I feel like I'm missing. Oh, he's up there. Why is he up there? Oh, that's such a good profile. I mean, it's harder for you guys to see, but that's awesome. Without a doubt, the box was there, and then I was kind of messing around a little bit and taking a few little peeks, and then was like, yeah, you know what? He's not kidding. He really did pack that up a lot. So I was like, this is going to take me forever, and I wasn't sure how I was going to show the box off while having Shabby on. So I was just like, you know what? Let's kind of just unpack it a bit or try to whichever. So, oh, David, you know, without a doubt, man, you take that kind of time. You way over. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. He's way over here. Gideon's over here. But yeah, I'm gonna have to try doing some posing, especially with those effects, for sure. So that's, oh, good God. If it turns out that I'm off tomorrow, then I'm definitely gonna mess around with this stuff quite a bit, because I'm gonna have to move some stuff. Now I got props. Try to figure out how to I can get him. Oh, that's not so bad. Yeah, play day. So yeah. Hey, Robo, hope you don't mind. I'm gonna. Where's one of those bench seats? I know where'd I put the. Oh, there's one right here. Take this. You guys aren't even seeing one. No, but I'm glad that you guys one, that you guys came out in droves, two, that that you loved, well, that you're quite happy to have a little Shabby in your life, which is awesome. Thanks to a couple more channel subscribers. I didn't realize I could put a video up welcoming you or suggesting should you care to sign up or whatever. So I'm going to have to do that video coming up. Again, maybe tomorrow, if I'm off the entire day, it'll give me some stuff to do for sure. But yeah, membership, I think it puts me up to almost 25, which is awesome. So that's why I'm trying to come up with some little bits. I was thinking, and maybe I'll do a vote poll on the community page, but I have so much of this stuff left. The fried chicken. Most of it's the mac and cheese. This is 2, 4, 6. There's like 7. There's like 7 more mac and cheeses in here. And why do I do that to why do I open? But I was thinking, about doing something for, I don't know, something for either a buy me a coffee or a super chat or something like that. That if somebody does one of those in one of the live streams, that I'll like actually start to finish a candy debating. I don't know, something like, I don't know, but one way to get paid for my pain, so to speak. I haven't got a clue, but there's a lot of it left. I definitely need to use it up. But the smell is just nasty. Oh, there we go. Excellent. Yeah, well, hey, David, now that you've sent a bunch of this stuff to me, and Stumbler's doing a diorama piece, and Mikey has working on something a little bit too, I definitely have to even tighten the collection up a little bit more, because if pieces like that are going to go in, yeah, there's a few things. My mini video arcade collection I'm probably going to have to put those away. And my lunch pails or something, and then that'll open up another shelf. But frozen knee joint. I almost know what that's like for sure. Where are we getting to? Jesus. Well, so much for me saying, I guess it's not so bad that I'm doing a 4-hour. I guess we're going to do a 4-hour, but it'd only be midnight instead of like 1 o'clock in the morning, which is nice. So I know starting at 8's a little difficult, but you know what? Like, you guys came out in droves, and that's fantastic. So again, I'm hoping to get some more. I don't know how many. I'm even going to be short on stickers, so I'm going to have to order another stickers, or I'm going to have to. David towards Ewok Village. Oh, there you go, David. There you go. Yeah, that would be an undertaking and a half. But if anybody's got any line, gets a line on that that Batman, that Bat Cycle, let me know, because I need it for this guy. Yeah, these ones are just, I don't know, either I need to put them on a riser or I don't know. I got 2, 4, 6. I have 7. I got 7 of them, 7 different ones. So, like these ones here, like the little guys, right? All lights up and not bad, eh? I'm gonna crash. There we go. There we go. Around the bend, around the bend. Oh, love that. Love that. So yeah, so I got a few of those. So I mean, I don't know. But yeah, I got Dig Dug, Frogger, Pac-Man, Ms. Pac-Man, Galaga, Galaxian. There's a Ninja Turtle one I got for Uncle Mike. So I need that one. Qbert. So I need a few. I don't know. I thought they were kind of gimmicky. They're pretty expensive, though. So I pick them up when they're on sale. Not good for the eye strain. That's for sure. But pole position is actually pretty fun. So, R2's drink tray. Is that Bone Cycle for Batman metal? I don't think it's actually metal. Yeah, metal. Well, it's for what? Metal, death metal Batman. I knew if I saw these in the damn. Yeah, see, Linda, these are super small. These are actually keychains. There's the keychain spot right here. So whenever I bought them, I just snapped the keychain piece off. Yeah, I knew once I saw this guy. So they had the Red Sun, Superman. I saw One Robin. They had the deep, I don't know, that Batman who looks kind of like Aqua Woman, Batwoman with the trident or whatever. I saw that one, but there was this one and there's one other. Like there's only 2 of him. I was like, oh, damn it. No, I don't. But I thought the Bat Cycle looks just friggin' ridiculously awesome. And again, ultimately, I'm a huge Batman fan, and I've got nothing except for the 66 Batmobile, really. There's a couple small itty bitty Batman things around, but you never know I was a Batman fan, but he's pretty cool. I'm not a huge McFarlane fan by any means. I think there are some of the articulations a little but dang that thing. I just want to have him with him just dragging the scythe behind him or I don't know. Gilster, I do what I can, which sometimes I'm reading ahead again. But yeah, hey, we like having a good time here. So hey, the Goopa, waiting for that fade to come in. Oh, yeah. Well, Dagupa, it's also kind of your fault, too, because you keep putting pictures up of more of the McFarlane stuff. I nearly bought that Superman because I think it looks really good, but just something about it. I don't know what it is, but yeah, just something about that one is just freaking awesome. Yeah, I mean, hey, it's just almost a fan of everything. So I just Carter and we've been rewatching Justice League Unlimited because he likes to see the extended DC universe. So a collection of stuff I don't collect. That works really well. So yeah, so I've got so I don't know if I've ever said so much about there's one DC character that I am going to hunt down one other figure of, and I think it's going to cost me a bit. No, crazy. I saw that your Mafex. I had that. I had both colors ordered, and I canceled both because I just I couldn't go down that line. I wanted to so much. Hush is my absolute favorite story arc in Batman. Hush, the character, just the whole thing overall. But no, that's awesome. I heard that there's a lot of cape for sure. But there's one DC character that I don't know if I've ever talked about, which is probably a close second, very close, very, very close behind Batman as my first/second favorite DC character. And I don't even know if I've ever said it, but at least he gets represented in cartoon form. Yeah, that's exactly it. Bane. No, it's not Bane. He's a good guy. Just got the black and the gray. Yeah, red. I like Red Hood as well. I do quite like Red Hood. I'm a big thing. This guy. Oh, there you go. Well, it's been a girl as well. I prefer the male version, but I think he's back. I think I don't read the books anymore. So I'll see if anybody else has a guess or two. If not, I've got one figure of this person. He's also an actor who does the voice. Probably seen him in Star Trek. If I start naming off movies, Lantern, I like Green Lantern, but I'm a Hal Jordan Lantern. So Stewart's fine. Kyle Rayner's okay. Kilowog's fine. I mean, they're all fine, but I don't know. I like Hal Jordan. Like, I'm happy that the Green Lantern movie was a complete shit show. So at least Reynolds became a really good comic character. So Martian Manhunter, no. I'll get him. And Linda, I don't think I apologize. Sorry. I was going to be sneaky and try to wear some flesh-colored something to make it look like I wasn't wearing pants, but I kind of forgot today. So you're just getting sloppy me because I'm just wearing jogging pants tonight. So okay. Peter. Yes, Peter. Awesome, dude. There we go. Unless you saw me pick him up. I don't know. So, but yes, the question. Oh, right there. Right there. I love the question. Oh, Alan Scott's a good one too. Yep. But I want the DC. I don't know what the hell it's called. I have to look it up. Yeah, the weakness to wood. Yes. No, you didn't. Awesome, dude. Well, yeah. So the question. I don't know what it is. I guess I got more of a thing for guys that don't have like superpowers. But yeah, very obscure that one. Oh, yes, he is. Renee Montoya took over after he was killed. Vic Sage. But this one's even a rare one. So and he's basically mint. So he was in one of the 3 packs. So I want, there's a 6-inch version, and Justice Society. I like the Justice Society quite a bit as well too. Oh, looks like Uncle Mike just dropped a video. Hot Toys Cody. God, I'm kicking myself for not getting that damn thing done sooner. But I think that, again, that might be a membership video. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. I gotta, again, a few things I'm gonna add to my oh, I love the Jay Garrick flash. Yeah, I love the helmet. That helmet's rad. I love the fact that what's his name is playing him in the TV show from the 90s Flash show. Yeah, you know what? The question again, he's just it's all up here, like kind of like Batman, except he doesn't got Batman's money, so he's just gotta do it. But oh my God, what's this? Oh Jesus Christ, I'm so bad, I tell you. Let's see. Good God Almighty. And Jeffrey Combs was his voice, which is awesome. I love Jeffrey Combs. So I used to actually, this was the line that I did collect quite a bit of, and now Carter's starting to go, oh, there's some good. So this might be a rabbit hole we may fall down trying to track down the unlimited or just these figures just in general. So, but there is a question. Damn. I think it's the DC Universe Classic Series. Yeah, from Twin Peaks. Yeah, the Reanimator. I said he was in some Star Trek stuff. So yeah, I know it's not available. I don't know even where I'd even be able to find it without paying through the nose. But that's the one I'm going to be looking for. If anybody knows anybody, you might have this figure. I don't need the build a figure piece. I don't need the box. I don't need any of it. I just would like that figure. So oh, I love the trench coat and the fedora. But yeah, my son keeps bugging me. And for a good price, go ahead and buy them. But mine's $100. So oh yeah, Dr. Midnight. Yeah, Sandman, Hour Man. All good. Hey, JJ. Yeah, no, those are all good. Definitely solid ones. Yeah, I like the Justice Society when they went back, and when they went back on some of the episodes. But this could be an expensive endeavor, falling down that rabbit hole, trying to find these guys again. I don't even know if I have a Batman for this one anymore, so I don't think so. But I'm working on a video tomorrow. Be a little bit different, I think. Hopefully, if I'm off the entire day tomorrow, then I'll have a video up tomorrow. If not, probably Tuesday, probably. Honestly, between me and you, I'm kind of hoping that we don't get the COVID test results back until later, after the time I need to let my boss know officially if I'm going to be working or not. So now that they moved March break to the middle of April, it's, we still got over a week left, and what was that? Justice Society and the Legion of Superheroes. Yep. 4 hours. I don't know. Jesus, where are we at? 17 people still in the stream. Well, it's you know what, we could go a little long if people want to chat still. I'm okay to. I got snacks. I still got my Doritos to eat. I was trying to be a polite host and try not to snack too much when talking with Shabby. So I think we shared the airtime pretty evenly, I think. So I hope we got him a few more subscribers anyway. Totally sweet, awesome guy. Happy to have helped him out, getting at least one of his figures. So, you haven't gotten your water yet? Okay, well, we'll go a while. Well, technically, this is Monday now, and I said I wasn't eating any more crap after Sunday. So we'll just still pretend that this is in the past. But we are pretty close to a record stream time, Linda. Yeah. Yeah. I think besides saying like goodbyes and stuff like that, we're pretty well there. But we'll go. You're still, like I said, it's only midnight. Hey, awesome. Yeah. I just went and got a small bag. I'm like, I can't buy a big one because I'll eat the whole damn big bag. And I have I got 3 bags of Oreos, and I got mini tasty cakes and cowtails. Like I guess there's I'm believe me, I'm dumping a bunch of this on my kids. I'll bring them into school and put them in the staff room. Those tasty cakes. Oh my God, they're so good. Now, I didn't even look at one calorie thing, so okay. No, JJ, that's good. I know that's good. I just, you know what, the Pally boys were solid. Solid dudes for helping spreading the word to get a little bit more notice over onto my channel. So, and I just think he's an excellent dude. So I'm hoping I can have each of them. So to come on separately, let them have a little bit of a run time on their own. So full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. And however the rest of that goes, but yes, they do love to support other channels. 100%. Well, what do you think of the Warpath, Linda? I think he looks good in his alt mode. I'm debating. I'd almost like to pick him up. Shane, I have not seen the Bumblebee Red in the wild yet. No, I haven't seen any of them in the wild yet. I just know that my area got some in, but again, I'm really, really trying to stay away from going into stores right now. So, okay, JJ, yep. But again, with the red line, it's just such a weird thing because they all scale the same. So I would have jumped on. I thought the Prime looked good, but then the more he kind of handled it, it just, I don't know. Again, if you want Transformers that don't transform, they're not bad, but again, they don't scale. The RC, my son really wants the RC, but I keep telling him, I'm like, if I'm not going to Walmart all the time, there's a good chance I'm not going to find RC. Soft plastic's probably a turn off for more than just toys. Well, action figures, anyways. Stumbler's not here. I had to say something. So, Powerglide. Yeah, Powerglide. I think he was one of the first Transformers I had as well. I love that Cyclonus. Thank Kato's review. I mean, he looked great. But watching Kato's review, I was like, Jesus Christ, that's wicked. I never thought I'd ever see him, and I wasn't gonna pay the scalper prices on him. And I just lucked out. I happened to go into a Walmart, and there was 2 Optimus Primals, and then there was a third box behind. I'm like, yeah, great, 3 Optimus Primals. So I wasn't even gonna look, but then I was like, well, slide, and ooh, look at that. I had to get him. Still never transformed him, and probably never will. Like, I thought I might want the Red Line Starscream. He's one of my favorites, but I decided no. Oh, nice. That's always a good way to get something, that's for sure. Jesus, it's almost turned into membership time now. Just by seeing all the symbols on the screen. I'd say that could be another perk, is just to do a members live stream. But I don't know. That could be a possibility. I think we all enjoy talking to a lot more other people. But ooh. Oh, they're getting a little warm on the inside of the mouth. Woohoo! Ooh, there we go. There we go. Thank you, Crazy 8. Yep, thank you. That actually was sitting in the back of my brain, trying to go. Yeah, I'm due for a rewatch. Ever since we brought the movie up before, I'm like, that's in my pile of stuff to watch. So that could be tomorrow. I agree, Adam, with you on that 100%. Jedi Howard, good to see you out here. Thanks for being able to make it. Thanks for coming out after working. See, I saw that comment, so but yeah, what do I get? Prime. Both of his arms, as soon as I moved him once, both the arms, so I had to heat him up. Pop him in. I had to push pretty hard to get him to pop in, but yeah, I didn't. Even some of the paint, if you even want to call it paint, was a little sketch. Linda, holy Christ. Yeah. Yep, that's a good one. Almost done these two. Jesus, Murphy. Oh, it doesn't have the loudspeaker, right? That'd have been pretty cool. I do have a thing for like the small metal model cars or whatever. Like I said, I've got a Batmobile 66 Batmobile. I have Car from Knight Rider, and I have the green and the orange cars that Paul Walker drove in the first Fast and the Furious. I used to have, I don't think it was the right year. Pretty close. My favorite car is a 67 Shelby GT 500. Hey, area. So of course, Gone in 60 Seconds, of course, made it very popular. So I think I don't know if I had the 67 or if my family got me a 66 or something like that. It's very similar, but I'd like to get Eleanor again. I'd like to get Kit because I have car. But they take up a good chunk of space as well. Back to the Future DeLorean would be pretty cool. The Gran Torino from Starsky and Hutch would be another one I'd like. I don't think I need the General Lee. I didn't mind Dukes of Hazzard. It wasn't my favorite, though, but 18 Bam would be pretty cool in that scale. Dang, man, we had quite a few YouTubers in here tonight too, which is very awesome. I noticed Uncle Mike, Usual Mike, Sleeping Collectibles, oh Jesus, Adam, that's awesome. That's awesome. You can't, no. I contacted Hasbro. I didn't even know that they would even do stuff like this. This is how naive to this whole collecting thing I was, or customer service in general. Because honestly, I just figured if you bought a figure and if it was defective, you just brought it back to the store and you crossed your fingers that you could get a replacement at the store. Down here, I'll get them in a second. So it was my Snake Eyes. It was my Snake Eyes. So I emailed them about my Snake Eyes and how upset I was that my Snake Eyes didn't have the grenade belt and you couldn't fully sheath the knife. Took pictures, the whole bit, sent them stuff. Took them a few weeks, finally got back to me and they were like, well, this is what we can do. Send us the figure and we can refund you or we can send you something of greater value. Automatically said greater value. I said, okay, I guess I'll deal. I'm not happy about it and whatever, but yeah, let's do that. So again, waited a few more weeks and I got Prowl, the Transformers from whatever the first one was out of this trilogy that's on right now. War for Cybertron, that's the first one. So I got that Prowl, and that Prowl sucked. I didn't like that mold. That's why I didn't get Smokescreen. That's why luckily they came out with the better Smokescreen. But that's what they sent me. And I'm like, that's not greater value because it was on sale at Amazon for dirt cheap. So I wasn't happy with my customer experience. So wasn't Bo and Luke Duke. Bo and Luke Duke was done by Mego. You could the top of the car, there was where the flag was would flip up and you could slide the two guys in. Yeah, I had that many times actually. I think I broke my figures quite often. They also did like MASH figures like that. Yeah. They're not titanium. I don't have any of the titanium vehicles. They are those finger Hot Wheels. He just, well, for, I guess if you have, so that's all they are. Just the Hot Wheels one. So I got a couple from Dagupa. So I got Slave One and one of the original TIE Fighters. And I found the Hot Wheels Land Speeder. I just got one and was like, woohoo! Millennium Falcon Hot Wheels, and then just my car thing. So, Dagupa, are you talking about like these ones? So there's the 89. We got the bat. I'm running out of space on here. I'm not sure which one's which. This might be the Justice League one and Batman v Superman. There's just slight difference, more or less just the canon. Of course, we got 66. And we got the Tumbler. And we got the Super Friends. And we got the 66 Bat Boat. Animated series, the best Batmobile there ever was. The 66 Bat Cycle, 66 Batcopter, the Batwing, the Penguin's Duck, Batman Forever. This one's one of the 60s, I think. And we got one of the 50s, I think the 50s or the 40s. So yeah, so I got a few. That's I'm gonna dust them up. This is gonna be this is the video I was gonna be working on tomorrow. So maybe I surprise. So you know what? I don't know how many people are really gonna be watching this time of the night. So so yeah, so that's gonna be my next video. Is that, and that's all of them. Those are pretty damn expensive. So, Stumbler spreads Legos. I thought it said spreads legs on the floor in case anybody's barefoot. Yes, Peter, I had the Buck Rogers die cast. Yep, that was a fantastic. Oh, Aaron Gray. Titanium series are I love Titanium series. So I just never. That was stuff that I would always miss. Same with the Black series, the helmets. Same thing. You can't find them without paying through the butt for them. So damn. No, I don't think I did. Oh, you're talking. Oh, great. And the Goopa, you're probably talking about the slightly, because they have the ones that are about yay big that come with just that little Batman figure miniature, and then I know they've got also the bigger ones. So, like, I mean, this one. This is my biggest one. This is my favorite. So yeah, doors. So I've had her for a while, definitely a while. "2007. Wow, I've had this. Yeah, I definitely had this a while. Yeah, she's nice. I really like her. Yeah, steering wheel turns the front wheel, so it's one of those high class ones right there. So, yeah, this one is fantastic. That's my baby. Definitely had her quite a while. But this is I gotta get Kit, right? Because this is car, and then I don't know if it'll see it. But this is this is freaking awesome. So yeah, I gotta get Kit for sure. So oh my god, really? Eh? I'm gonna have to go back and watch that now. Oh, you looked for yeah. No, I don't know if they made her car in that scale. I think the only one I am missing out of that scale is I think it's the 66 Batmobile, but it's got an umbrella. It's got because it's one of the episodes when the Penguin steals it and turns it into like the Penguin Mobile. So there's different symbols on the car. And I think that was one, and that's like the only one that I don't have. So yeah, this one is just friggin' wicked, man. I just the fact that you just open and shut the door and then so yeah, I'm gonna have to get this one again. It's a little bit it's not cheaper, but there's the steering doesn't move on the front of these ones or whatever. So that one's a cool one for sure. But yeah, these are same with these ones as well. But yeah, so like I said, Secret Shame. I really like Fast and the Furious 1. But yeah. Nice little detail for these suckers. So but yeah. Yeah, I like this one, and you hate your keyboard mouse today. Oh, Magnum PI car, that'd be awesome. Oh, there went the roof. And then there's the Supra. I think this one was was the Supra, and it even has the extra roof piece in there. So I would consider trying to get all the cars that were done like this. So get Doms and Lettys and whatever, get the white Jetta, but I haven't seen any more of them. So I love all the stuff on here. So, and again, then it's got the thing that you can take the little cheesy here with the whatnot, but it's got the roll bar. I think it's cool. It's the same thing, the NOS tanks in the back, but yeah. So those are a couple of non Star Wars things. So why are you surprised? Yeah. Oh, I know. Oh man, where are we? Almost back up to 20 people. So I was looking at the thing. I wasn't going to pay that much. Damn, that's crazy. Because we started early. We let Shabby live stream quite a bit, so we figured we go a little longer. So this is like our record-setting one. So why not? Why not? Oh, crap. No, Paul, you didn't miss. You didn't miss. Shabby stayed with us for close to 3, or was it close to 4 hours almost? So we went a little longer and then went a little longer and we're still going. I still got some water, so, and I got lots of snacks. Well, hey, well, you got to remember too, yes, but Shabby was also on the Pally Boys After Dark before he came on. So he did almost 2 hours with them, and then like 3 hours with me. So yeah, I think it was time to give him a break after like a 5-minute after a 5-minute go. So I'm gonna eat these tasty cakes now. Oh, Cars from American Graffiti. Right on. Yeah. Yeah, I do like that. Yeah. He did. He's a good guy, man. Awesome dude. Tasty cake. They are a little dry crumb, but still good. Yeah, yeah. I didn't even realize, so I snuck in, saw the Pally Boys chat, and saw he was on. So like, okay, hopefully he doesn't go too long because I don't want him too tired. But we just kept going, and then it was like 2 hours right off the bat, and kind of kept going or whatnot. And it was like, well, maybe this is about time. Just let him see the family a little bit, get away from the computer screen for a while. So. But I'll have Shabby on again anytime. So we're gonna get some of the other Pally Boys. Like I said with Shabby, he's right in the same time zone as me. Makes it so easy. Well, I don't know what to tell him. I would have, again, Shabby and we started right at the get-go. So yeah, but yeah, I don't know. It's like, I know most of the time I get pretty lucky that Mike usually does like Saturday afternoons. So it's kind of why I stay away from Saturdays, just in case something comes up and then I decide to do whatever. And then Mike live stream. Like, I know you can go back and forth between, but I know some people really like to sit in and watch or whatever. So, and I know a lot of the same people watch Darth Rock stuff as well. Like, I would have slipped in and just kind of hung out in the background during his stream if I wasn't already streaming. So I did feel bad about that. So no, and that's absolutely true. Absolutely true. And yeah, Paul, yes, you were on, for a couple of, I don't know how long. I was on a couple hours and they went long, and nor did I stay. I think I was on the whole stream. So I think it was definitely over 2 hours. And, I mean, especially when you're going around with a minimum of 4 other people in the chat, in the stream itself, just to get a little bit of airtime, so to speak. Yeah, and everybody's going live. You know what? It's a great thing. So I wish I could afford to pay the whole StreamYard thing, so I don't have any of their ID off. But at least I got rid of that stupid their mallard duck or whatever. So, but at least I was able to get my logo up on the screen. I just got that StreamYard crap. But you know what? I can live with that. And it is, it's the safest way right now for everybody to hang. And like people do say, it's kind of like an online convention kind of type of thing or whatever, or or you went toy hunting or something. I mean, yes, I know I'm the one who's showing, but then it's great because then at least people can say, oh, well, here's my Instagram, or yes, I've got a YouTube channel where I put up what, my pickups or whatever, and it introduces people to other channels or whatever. So getting my other cupcake. Seriously, David, holy cripes. Absolutely feels good to talk to definitely the world. So, I gave most of these things, crumb cake. So yeah, it was, I gave away most of them, thank God, because I could have just sat there and just the whole thing down. And like I said, it's a dry crumb, which is very nice. So tasty cake. I'll leave you on my list next time I'm in the States. So, Oh, hello, diabetes. Oof. Like I said, I got 3 bags of Oreos and the cupcakes and those monkey or cowtails and the cowtails and these things still. I haven't done one warmed up yet, but I mean, I'm not gonna. Yeah, I'm keeping all the munchies to myself. Yeah, the caramel, these are just, I don't know, these are just bizarre. Y'all have got some weird snacks, but like a rolled up caramel with a cream filled center. It's almost like a licorice that you can get with the strawberry filling or whatever. But it's definitely an interesting thing. So, yeah, you guys can eat before you toke. Well, that's true. Oh, yeah, no more snacks. There's still lots more, but no more snacks. But yeah, did you miss something? Did you get a picture? No, well, sort of. Yeah. I got a whole bunch of 3D printed accessories with some snacks. So we had some of these tasty cakes, coffee cream tasty cakes, pretty good, and cowtails, which were these are some kind of interesting. I might need to have another one of those. Pretty good, and then we got carrot cake, Oreos, and golden Oreos. So, and that was from David C. And like I said, a whole bunch of 3D printed accessories. Like he did some Beskar spears right here. And he did some heavy vibro blades, and he painted a few of them, and some regular vibro blades, and again painted. And he sent me some explosion or clashing effects. He put the dark saber through another hole in here, and it looks like two things attacking. A ground explosion. The the Death Star plans. The little thing from episode 3, which is really awesome. Oh, man, like they did me a Salacious Crumb and a pillow and the throne from the end of Mandalorian. So, which is fan, and just tons of other stuff, like so much other stuff, like these little benches, and the little pot, yeah, little light up table. It got a tea light underneath here, and it lights up, and some benches, and a couple of bags, like so, like just a whole ton of stuff. So yeah. Oh, it's crazy. Like, he even sent close to 30 3D printed spears that are just not finished. So, and I love these. The little chunks of Beskar that are kind of off-centered, like a little stack, and bounty pucks, and single pieces of Beskar. So yeah, it's like just tons and tons of stuff, and I have to figure out a way to pass out to some people. So good, but Battlefront 2, like a lot. Yeah, I need to Xbox. Yeah, the Goop, I should tag in. I'm gonna have to I'll have to download Battlefront 2 again. Which means I have to kick one of my son's games off of it, or find out finally what a proper external hard drive I can hook up, so I can have more than like 4 games on the damn system. So it's like, let's just have an expensive brick, because you can't keep more games on there. Not just grabby hands. Yeah. Well, you know what? Well, I know we've got you on there, so I'll have to look for you. Again, like I said, I'll have to see what I can do about getting, because he's got, what's he got on there right now? He's doing Call of Duty World War II, I think. GTA 5's on there. Red Dead Online is there. Some other war, like, some war style. I don't know if it's Rainbow Six, but you would probably, well, maybe it is Rainbow Six. You see, so that's my gamer tag, but he uses it for everything. So oh, Jesus Christ. I think the one that Linda sent, I think that one's 14. I think I got 14. I think it's 14 now. So, hey. See, I want to try squadrons as well. So that's why I'm kind of getting a little frustrated. I don't mind playing GTA and stuff like that, just for something, like I don't play the main story, just play online and just drive around or whatever. Like, I don't do anything too serious in the game, but once that open world Harry Potter game comes out, the kids both want to play that. I don't know if I'll even get a chance to try it. And then when and if that stupid the Star Wars Lego, the Ultimate Lego, whenever the hell that's supposed to be coming out. So Left 4 Dead 2, yeah. Down to 14. See, like, this is when I should be playing now, because he's not actually on. We did everything wrong in GTA, like super wrong, because we bought everything, like business wise, just stupid purchases. If it wasn't for the fact that they're giving away $1 million a month until it releases officially on PS5 or whatever the promo is, well, like, we wouldn't have half of what we do, because I just go around. I'll go to the casino, spin the wheel every once a day, get the free chips from the casino. I might try to cap some gangs, but that's pretty much all I do. I don't get into like the mission stuff or all the steps that you need to do to do the casino heist and all this other crap or whatever. So we got the casino, or not the casino, the arcade, and a biker bar and a bunch of other crap. And then one of the vehicles that I won had was like armored and had a gun off the back or whatever. We're like, oh, we're gonna sell that. And it's like, well, you need that mobile command unit to sell stuff like that. So then we finally buy that stupid mobile command unit, which meant we had to buy a bunker. And then we bought the mobile command unit, and then we lost the vehicle. Like, it wasn't in the inventory. We didn't know what the hell happened to it. And And then it just showed up not that long ago, and it's only worth about 16,000. So we're like, well, we might as well keep it. It's got a gun. You know. But yeah, so I've got a penthouse at the casino. We've won tons of cars from the casino, but holy Jesus! But it's the expense of owning all these damn things and paying all these stupid employees and stuff like that. That's where the money's going all the time. So. Jesus Christ. Well, I will say I do miss my Xbox to some degree. Played the death races. Yeah, well, and then we bought that mechanic bay at that thing, or I don't know. And I just bought a $2 million. I just bought that stupid $2 million submarine. Oh, crap. Knocked over my water. 1 second. That's better. So yeah, but yeah, I do miss my Xbox a little bit because I had some of the old Tron games on there, and I could play like Knights of the Old Republic and some other stuff or whatever. But what's going on? I'll pretend I'll keep moving my arm, and then it'll think that I'm standing up and getting my stand up for the hour. Well, I think we'll go to the 5 hour, and then that'll be it. There we go. Got it. Yeah, I don't even know what we have for the PlayStation. Well, what have we got? We got the new Watch Dogs game. Of course, Carter had to have. But then he informs me, because I said to him the other day, I'm like, Jesus, you haven't played that new Watch Dog. Well, I've already done whatever. I'm waiting for the online. So I guess there's not even an online thing yet. So I guess that's kind of whatever. So I was like, well, that seems like a waste. Then why do we have it downloaded if you're not playing it? But that's like one of the most of the games we have, I think, are maybe still physical copies. Most, but like I said, I'm waiting for the Harry Potter and the whatchamacallit, that's the ultimate Star Wars saga Lego. Yeah, welcome to the If I could find a game that I could tolerate long enough, I'd sit there. I've got the PS5 camera and the whole bit, and I could have my son educate me in the ways of streaming myself. I could always just sit and do online gaming for a bunch of hours and humiliate myself once in a while. Maybe that's a thing I'll end up doing. So Yeah, join the channel for more stupid entertainment, that's for sure. Whoa. I picked up a few subscribers. I haven't been checking. I kind of gave up a little bit, so oh, that made me feel a little bit better today too. It was a great stream. Don't get me wrong, absolutely at all. But till NGE. Oh, Star Wars Galaxies, right. Yeah, no, I was feeling a little bummed, but except for the stream was gorgeous. It was like absolutely great again. Never give up, never surrender. That was Galaxy Quest. My highest subscriber count. Woo! So 1,060. That's the high. I mean, it'll probably go down a little bit or whatever. Oh, some bastard give me another thumbs down. Ah, asshat. That's okay. But hey, good, man. We got tonight 45. So we got 200 views already on this stream and 45 thumbs up. So absolutely incredible. Oh, we got some fake account messages on here again. Gotta delete that crap. But no, that's great. So I would imagine probably from Shabby. I would assume. A few question for you. I'm working on a few. Like I said, I have to. Well, thanks, Pete. I have to. I gotta ask. I don't. The only thing I gotta find out from him is how long he wants to go, and no, I know, Linda. I'm just kidding. It was yeah, but no, it's still awesome. But yeah, no, I'm yeah. What I think I may do is I think as a perk, maybe questions can come from I don't see. It's the thing is I don't know what like. Don't get me wrong. Those who have become channel members, thank you so much. Yeah, I totally appreciate it. It will definitely go right back into the channel, either on equipment upgrades or you know what, maybe it goes into getting more pins and stickers and other things and whatever for the channel and whatever. So it's fantastic. But I hate either saying I hate asking for either a super chat or do the buy me a coffee thing if you want more of the money to actually go to myself instead of splitting it a lot more with YouTube or whatever. But I feel bad about going, well, so this is what what you get for what, I don't know, whatever. But yeah, maybe I do questions from channel members or something. I don't know. I just feel weird just capping people, but at the same time, I got to set limitations for the memberships or whatnot. So, but yeah, I'll definitely have to figure out something to deal with the stickers and Sir drinks on a bear or got a dead bear. Ouch. But yeah, no, I've got a few questions written down. I would imagine he can probably go quite a spell for talking. So that'll be something to have to consider as well. So yeah. again, maybe I'll get a poll. I thought about doing a poll and having people comment some questions as well, and I can maybe put those in as well too. So, Gunky and Preachy were the Smurfs. That's a good one. I like that one. Oh. But yeah, I would lie if I said I wasn't nervous. So I am definitely I'm definitely nervous, like big time nervous. So I would imagine this is how Mike kind of felt having Dan Larson on his channel, maybe. So I'm gonna talk to Mike a little bit, just see if he's got a little bit of advice for me, for sure. But yeah, other than that, I'm just I'm just gonna listen to him and see what's what is what and stuff. Oh, he totally seems like a completely chill guy, so I'm not concerned about that. It's just, again, it's one thing if it's somebody I've known, like I've known Mike for a while, so getting in there, with the Pally Boys, I had a higher subscriber count. I don't know why that made me feel better, but although Kato, I was it was after I hit the 1,000. I don't know. I've got no way to explain it, I guess. So, but no, I can't wait till I can, it'll be good. So it'll be good. But yeah, we'll get some questions asked up there, and then I'll try to open it up and see if I can read some off. So hopefully people don't get ticked. I mean, it's not like it's a pay-per-view. So, no. It's like, oh, that'd be pretty good. Maybe I'll just put it and it'll just be a private event. No. But no, I hope I'm, like, as if everybody will just be okay that, what do you call it? That'll be a pretty high point. So, it'll be a high point. I don't know about topping it. I won't have to worry about topping it, I guess. So, yeah, I don't know. If I can have a good core group kind of roll through on a regular basis, I think would be pretty rad. So, damn, guys, we hit the 5 hour mark. But yeah, one female Smurf. If I was her, I'd just be taking a hike. So, necrophiliac Smurf, Jesus. Oh my God. Okay, Jesus, Murphy. Man, this will be a whole nother stream, that's for sure. Yeah, Clank, man, 5 hours. So thanks for being a part of the longest stream on the channel now. Go check out Shabby. Send him some love for sure. Fantastic dude. Super glad that he was able to do a couple of streams today. One with the Pally Boys, one with myself. But yeah, man, record stream. You guys were a solid part of it for sure. Like I said, I'm gonna try to get something worked out with all these extra pieces that I've got sent from David. So I'll figure something out, some way to get some of these out to some of you guys or whatever. Because I gotta spread the world. Jesus. Ripped Apparel, 1 a.m. That's what that is. Viagra Smurf. Nice. Absolutely nice. Definitely Lobot. Hey, maybe we can get the Foosh on board. Go get Robo on board and see what he's got to say about Lobot. Maybe Hasbro will start to listen to him. I don't know. We should get some something going. So, all right, everybody, thank you so much for being a part of the stream. As usual, everybody be safe. Be good, but not too good, as Stumbler would say to everybody. And yeah, everybody take care. We'll catch some of you guys on Wednesday, and I'm gonna work on that that video tomorrow, and hopefully maybe you'll see it tomorrow or Tuesday morning. So later, everybody. Again, thanks for your time. Later, eh?